All right, welcome everybody. We're having our planetary information, our planetary meeting. Welcome to our planetary meeting. So many of you may have seen the announcement today saying that if data centers and nuclear reactors are continuing to be pushed within Utah, especially Utah, but I'm considering extending it globally, or at least throughout the United States at first, and then potentially globally. And I am pretty sick and tired of people not performing their Infoton P30 update. So if you're not familiar with the Infoton P30 update, I'm going to take you through what that is. I'm just pulling up my screen right now. Give me just a moment here. Here we go. Information Particles Company. We're just going to go. All right. And we're going to be talking about the graviton, the elusive graviton as well. So a little bit later than my lives normally are. But welcome. We're going to build this room. I just got back from a bike ride, so I'm feeling extra good. I hope that you guys got your bike ride in as well. If you don't have your water, get your snacks. You know, get your planetary attitudes. Like, we're going to be solving world problems today, okay? So we had this Elon guy, right? We all had this Elon Musk guy. We're not dealing with him anymore. He just stole, or he thought that he could steal, $1 trillion from us. We're going to go get that back. What the heck just happened? That was embarrassing, okay? It wasn't even, cunning. It was just very embarrassing for all of humanity. In the future, people are going to look back and they're gonna say hey, what the heck just happened there? Anyway, so T, it's good to see you. Cindy Rumva down, I don't know, take your pick. Could be people outside. Ashish, did I say that right? Hey, what's up? It's good to see you. Flush and Wipe. Come on, you guys. What's going on with your usernames here? Quick question. Would P30 formula basically eliminate electricity bill? I don't want to say it'll eliminate it, but it'll drastically reduce our energy bill. So if we go over to the Infoton P30 update, sounded like someone was blowing in. Oh, you know what? Epic. I'm sorry here. That was Epic. Okay, Epic was breathing. The microphone's right here. You're right. I'm sorry. Yep, here we go. Epic wants pets. That's what he's saying. He's breathing on me. Who is the Planetary Information Security Officer? I am, you guys. Come on, keep up. I've been the Planetary Information Security Officer for a year now. I rage quit corporate America because at the time I was the cybersecurity officer. Hold on just a second. Let me pull up the Infoton here while we're going through this. So I was the cybersecurity information security officer, and that was at a global financial institution. So I had all this stuff come around. So this is the Great Salt Lake Act, okay? Great Salt Lake Act, the creation's Planetary Information Security Officer. I guess I could change this and just quickly update it to be explicit, because this was from my campaign website. Okay, so the Infoton P30 update. Okay, so let's scroll down here and we can highlight what this is later. All right, so we have the, are you going to Washington, D.C.? No. The greatest place in the world is Salt Lake City, okay? Salt Lake City is the best. I'm going to go enjoy the mountains. Okay, who wants to go to Washington, D.C. out of all places here? Okay, so if we do, here we go. All right, so we go through, we convert these data centers. So think about it right now, okay? Taxpayers, ratepayers, we're essentially, it's bad, you guys. This is bad. This is economics, okay? This is economics. It's bad. It's embarrassing. What the heck did we do? What were we thinking? I mean, come on. Okay. So, all right. Epic's all over the place. So here's what we have here. Okay. So this is basic economics. So we have this thing called a financial system. Okay. And we installed a government. Okay. We called it a government. That was the stupid word we picked. Okay, just think about it. Like, we are the universe. Okay, we are the universe figuring itself out. Congratulations, you made it to this life form. Okay, so we are the universe, and inside of the universe, like, we could have been anything. We are creators. Like, think about it. We were able to create a computer that manipulates information energy. And what we decided to do with the information energy was create this weird thing called an economy, right? And then we're like, oh, we're gonna go to work. We're not gonna build our computers right. We're gonna build our computers crappily. And then we're gonna go to work. And we're gonna spend like 40 plus hours a day. It's our existence. It's what we are. Like, we're here. Okay, we can get to the specifics later. All right. So we're all together here. All of you, all of us, everybody, the entire planet, the species, everything. And we're like, we're gonna do this really cool thing called Earth, or if you want to get specific, Infoton. It's technically an Infoton. Okay, it's a planetary system, and we're gonna go to work. you guys, we chose to do work out of all the things in the universe that we could have been. We could have been skiing, we could have been biking, we could have had like world peace, we could have been roller skating. Like, there was no need to do this. Okay, so had we built computers correctly, had we built our computers correctly the first time, we wouldn't have this byte system. You wouldn't have gigabytes, terabytes, megabytes, anything like that. Okay, you would have just, it's so dumb. It's so dumb when you look at it. It's just like, why did we put, so if this is existence, what was wrong with existence that we couldn't just leave existence there? Why did we let these nut people, these nutty people, because it all comes back to the atomics, right? Because if you think about it, when those atomics swap space-time, it sends like a ripple, right? And this is retrocausality. So events in the future, events affect events in the past, right? Okay. So it's just like, so these nut cases set off the atomics, and then our computers are atomic technologies, just like nuclear is an atomic technologies. Our computers are an atomic technologies. They both came out, and then the CERN is an atomic technology because all of these came out of the Manhattan Project. Okay, so they all came out of the Manhattan Project, and instead of just like being like, okay, you nutty people, no more of your, like, whatever you guys, this is bad. But they're like, no, we're going to now make a layer on top of our quantum layer. And then we're going to make you guys all subservient to us. Yay! How wonderful. What a great little experience. Whose brilliant idea was this? Okay. So it's just like, we could have been anything. So when you look at it and you get down to the brass tacks of what our existence is, right? So we got these Infoton things. So welcome to Infoton. Okay. So what the heck is Infoton? Right? So Infoton is what we are made out of. It is the mass energy information equivalence. That's how Melvin says it. When you look at Landauer said information, energy, and then if you combine it with Einstein, it's mass. But ultimately, it is how we exist. It is how we exist. Okay? This is it, you guys. We figured it out. Thank goodness, man. Humanity was like scrambling around there in the dark. It's almost like we got knocked unconscious with those little atomics, right? What was going on there? Insane. Midichlorians. Yeah, we can now achieve Star Wars technology. If you guys were wondering, like where your holography technology was, yeah, welcome. Exactly, the Force. You love my most yeah, we're done here. Okay, Planetary Information Security Officer summoned, stepping in. Like, just in case you were wondering, nobody is above the Planetary Information Security Officer, not even the President of the United States. I only adhere to the laws of physics and nobody else. can sidestep that. Okay. So they get to be subject because somebody has to check up on the president now, right? Anyway, so pause here. I'm sorry. Let's go back into Infoton. Okay. So we have a holography. Okay. So if you guys haven't seen holography, it's going to be so cool. Okay. We're going to essentially be able to, like, you know how in Star Wars, Star Trek technology, you have like those 3D text where you can actually beam. And what's cool about this is because we have the actual equations, so like neuroscience equations, mitochondria equations, we can encode sensory sensations within our technology now. So that means that you could actually like feel far away because it's a vibration, right? It's a frequency that we have. How do we exist? Okay, it's this Infoton stuff. Okay, so information, like a lot of times we just think like, oh, information, it's just in your hard drive. Like that's what we're thinking here. It's just in your hard drive, but it's not just in a hard drive. Okay, so information has measurable physical properties. Quantum entanglement, yes, exactly. So information has measurable physical properties, and what that means. So a long time ago, okay, so this is a long time ago for me. Back in 2013, 2014. I was on a project where we digitized identity. So we took your paper identity and we digitized it, okay? And when we digitized it, what we did is we started adding layers of like behavioral biometrics, everything like that. And then there were, can you get what you did in Utah to Ohio? Yes, I will declare Ohio for you. Let me get my little notebook. Where's my handy dandy notebook? Hold on. I found it. Hold on. And just as a reminder, no interruptions to the planetary meeting. Okay, you don't want to be planetary banned. That's not fun for anybody. Okay? Bloop. All right. Okay? All right. All right. Anyways, where were we? What happened to the old empire? It's not really an empire, okay? All right, so let's get back to this Infoton stuff, though, okay? So when we were essentially creating these digital identities, the goal of the digital identity. Okay. The goal, yes, you can go onto infoton.ai. If you guys want to jump ahead in your books, hop on your desktop, hop on your laptop, hop on your tablet. I didn't really make it for cell phones, this website, but go onto infoton.ai. And from here, what you can do is you can just go and check out the mitochondria. You can skip ahead. You can, click on learn, have fun at it. Okay. So when we were digitizing identity, it was supposed to be for this product called ePrescribe. Okay, so this was a New York product. Essentially out in New York, they were having problems with like prescription drug abuse. And when I say abuse, I want to change that word. I call them the death corpse. Okay, if you guys are in pharmaceuticals, I'm sorry. To me, it's the death corpse. Okay, you guys went a little crazy with the chemicals and you said we can make drugs feel really good on your body, and then we can probably like connect it to something and say, hey, we're going to take care of you here, right? So yeah, some of that stuff really just appeared like you guys were having fun. Okay, I mean I've looked at it. Okay, and it's all to push more money, of course, because if you're feeling better, if you're feeling happy, if you're feeling like elated or something, or addicted or whatever it is, you're having more, right? Okay. So we allowed this terrible thing to happen to people. We essentially decided that we could monetize people by manipulating their chemistry and their brain chemistry and just, take terrible advantage. And the solution, instead of starting to fix the underlying problem, was to convert scripts. So these are like prescriptions. And so this is how I know. I guarantee you guys that you have used one of my products. Okay, actually, you've used multiple of them, but this is just one problem one product that I know that you guys have used of mine. So took the paper prescriptions, made them digital prescriptions, and then put identity on top of it. And it was a terrible, painful process. Okay. So these people had been stuck on this project for like 5 years, 6 years before I came in. And as soon as I came in, it was just like a pummel. It was a terrible experience for all of us. Like, they gave me a team of 60 some odd people in the United States and the Philippines. And it was a havoc. But our sector, so we did dentistry, right? Because those dentists, by the way, New York dentists, like, you guys are something else. Ugh. You got some fierce words behind you. And essentially what happened there is, I mean, because like, if you're doing your teeth here, okay? If you're doing your teeth here, like, people do not do it. Like, you have to get people narcotics. It's like, we're numbing these people, do not stand in our way. And it's like, message taken, message understood, let's go. And so our group, we had, so I got 93% of all of the dental providers in New York, all of those health, like dentists, onboarded into this system, where the next closest system was like 11%. So we smashed it out of the park, like, just absolutely smashed it out of the park. So with this product, okay, so what happened to it is, over time, they wanted to use it for more things. So this is back, like I said, 2013, 2012, something like that. And we had, hello everybody. Some dentists are mean, they want your money. Yeah, I've heard stories, okay? I have. Okay, we're gonna get rid of all that stuff. So with this identity technology, other people wanted to use it. Okay. And so, I thought, because it's typical, like, as soon as you accomplish something, they, the other people that are like, oh, I want to take credit for this product, come in, and then, they did their thing. And it's like, okay, well, I guess, you guys can either pay me the salary that I want, because I just made you guys, I just made you 12 million. Like, I'm not asking a lot here. I just want to get paid. Pay my team, pay me, let's go. And they're like, no. And I'm like, okay, I quit. So I went and I took this job that did pay me what I wanted, doing more stuff within the healthcare industry. So this is like telehealth, it's text messaging your provider, HIPAA compliant text messaging, HIPAA compliant telehealth. Those little, the product that I hated the most was the reviews. Okay. You know how, like, you used to go to the doctor or something and you get a review to your text message, and it's like, give us a Google review. It was an awful, like, that was the worst one. I hated that one. I hated that one because it got used on me, and I'm like, whose idea was this, right? Like, this wasn't mine. I was told to do this. It was bad, right? By the way, everybody, it's good to see you. I'm so happy that you're here for our planetary meeting. Wellness checks now. If you're poking fun, you need to clarify what you're saying there, G-Snap, and we'll decide whether or not you can still participate in the planetary meeting. So what we have, so that was that point right there, right? And then the product that I was looking at, wellness checks for medication. I see. So from there, because they had this problem, okay? So this company had this problem where they were connected into all of these healthcare systems. So over 400, it was 451 EHR systems. So I'll answer your question later. So we had 451 EHR systems. And these are electronic healthcare record systems. So this is hospitals, that type of thing. And so what that means, these API calls. So essentially it's like how everybody connects in, okay? So we had the electronic healthcare record systems. We had all of the information on the costs of the actual cost, the insurance cost, like every single thing, okay? We could see everything that was happening through this company. We knew how much you were being price gouged. We knew what the actual cost was. We knew what the insurance was. We knew the back and forth, right? So, I mean, this product that I was looking at creating, and I got mad at this one, okay? So essentially there was like this little war here, okay? So there was this little war that happened in this company. So I got brought on, and then because the guy that owned the company, he had done a deal with the devil. And essentially, there's this group. What is the name of that investment group? It'll come back to me later. But when they give you investment money, they essentially give you 5 years. They give you 5 years to make their money back. They're like, if you do not make the money, like we come in and we start going through. And so we were over 5 years by the time I joined. It was over 5 years. And so, this executive, he's like, we want you know how like you prompt AI, okay? You guys know how you prompt AI? Come up with all these ideas to make us money. I want to know this. Tell me everything. Then create the user story, then create all the parameters and it'll, okay? So he was doing that, and I was product manager at the time, right? So prompt engineering is product management. What you guys were doing to the AI, how they're like, as this, I want to do this so I can do this. Like, I hated AI. I really disliked AI because I'm like, this is just product management. Why am I product managing at product management? And why am I product managing in my free time? And why do I have to touch this AI stuff? And so I pretty much was just like, I'm not interested here. Anyway, so let's go back to this guy. So he was prompt engineering the product managers and saying, you need to come up with all these ideas and figure out how much money it's going to make us, and you need to deliver. And so my idea that I was going to do, I thought it was brilliant because we had all of these insurance companies and everything in the APIs. I was going to essentially bring transparency to insurance. Wouldn't that have been nice? What are you all doing? But because there was this little war going on, as soon as I joined, like there was like a dozen VPs, okay? And they just got rid of all of these VPs. And I'm talking to my VP. I'm like, hey, Lance, like this guy over here is doing something. They're doing stuff. You need to pay. And he's like, oh, what do you mean? That's not, da 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 da. And I was talking to this other product manager. I'm like, here are 5 things that are going to happen at this company. And it's so terrible because every single one of them happened. Anyway, so they fired my VP. Okay. And I'm like, oh man, I'm on the cutting block now. Right. And then this guy, this was bad, you guys. This is bad. You know, all those things that happen to like all those terrible things that happen to people in corporate America, where it's like, if you do this, I can provide you comfort. Okay. So you see where it's going. So as soon as that started going down, so when my VP was gone and this other guy was all that I had left, I declined his offer. Okay, so I declined his offer, and that was the end of me being there. And so I actually fought it because I'm like, you can't just get rid of me and because I'm delivering this product for you, like all of this stuff, like this is not how this works. And so they're like, no, we're not going to give you unemployment. I'm like, okay, but this is anyway. So I took it to court and won. Okay. So that's why you don't have transparency within your healthcare system, within your insurance system, with anything like that. Okay. So then I raged. I was like so mad at corporate America at this point. I'm like, that was a disgusting experience. I'm never going back. Right. Like that was not worth the amount of money that I got paid. I'm going to do something different. So I come up with this company called Empower. Okay. come up with this company called Empower. And so early in my education, I was pursuing anatomy, physiology, like biochem biology, right? So I was pursuing that, and at this time when I was product management, I'm one of those people that made six figures before I had a bachelor's degree. Okay, so I ran out of money for school, and then I just outworked my peers. I'm like, I can outwork these bachelor's degrees, I can outwork these master's degrees, I can outwork these PhDs, right? As you know, at each level, it's like I can go, I can do this, right? Let's go, let's run. And so what happened then is I'm like, I'm going to go off and I'm going to make my own company. And, I was in the dating world. I don't know if you guys have experienced dating. Raise of hands. Has anybody experienced dating? Has anybody experienced it's almost like like the Tinder dating? Yeah, we got some raise of hands there. Right. So it's like the Tinder dating. We got the Bumble dating. We got the, if you're in Utah, you got the mutual dating. What other ones were there? I was on Luxy for a while. Have any of you guys been on Luxy? Luxy swipe left, swipe right, swipe up. Luxy was interesting because they did a background check on me, and you had to actually make a certain amount of money and hold a certain amount of assets. Like you had to be in wealth for them to bring you on and allow you to date in that scene. And they had very weird people in Luxy. There were no helicopters that would have convinced me to go on a date with those people. There were no private jets. There were no helicopters. There was no wealth. There was nothing. Okay. So, all right. So what do we got here? Swipe left, swipe right. I'm too old. Dating apps are the worst. Dating, no. Dating scene in Utah is weird in Utah. Yes, it is. I know what you mean. Exactly. Okay. Been out of it. LMAO. Okay. All right. I'm glad that you enjoy us all getting to know each other in this planetary meeting. So from there, one of the things that was on the rise in Utah, this is like 2017 now, right? So this is 2017. And in 2017, Utah had a problem. We had a major problem that was accelerated by these dating apps. Okay? We had a problem. Can anybody just guess what the problem is? Do you guys know what the problem was? You know what the problem was. We all know what the problem was, right? We all know what the problem was that was happening with dating apps. What was accelerating? Not just Mormons, not just data leaks. It's worse than that. It's gross, you guys. It's something that just disgusts me. Okay. All right. Let's see. Grindr. Oh, Grindr was on. I wasn't on Grindr. Is that a male only one? That's probably why I wasn't on there. You seem nice. Yeah, I kind of upset people. Hookups. Yes. Okay, perfect. So we're on I don't know anything about minors, but yes, we did have hookups. Actually, I interviewed at Tinder. Okay, so I interviewed at Tinder because that identity platform that I had, they wanted it over at Tinder too. So they were like really interested. And I'm just like, I don't know if you guys are offering me enough money to go live in California. Like you need to you need to pay me significantly more for me to go out there. So hookups was on the rise in Utah, right? And keep in mind, you guys, whatever our planetary meeting is, we cannot have too many, this is a very sensitive topic, but we have to we have to cover it because you guys always ask what my credentials are. Okay. And so we're going to cover this. So Utah had hookup culture, and our STDs had increased 614% year over year. And I think that one was gonorrhea. And then syphilis, it had increased 174%. Okay. Ah! Yeah! Yes! that escalated quickly. And one of my friends, we would go like boating together. So we would go on these Lake Powell trips. If you guys, this is back when, yes, it's gross. This is back when Lake Powell was, before I really like understood, wait a minute, we're polluting our water here with boating. I mean, I liked boating. I like surfing. I like doing the little tricks. I mean, we would have like 300 singles, Mormon singles on these trips. And we would have like 3 massive luxury houseboats. Okay. These are the kind, it was wild. It was wild what we were doing. It was wild. And so we would get hundreds of people on these houseboats, and then we would be out there, and then there's like so Lake Powell has like a mafia. Okay. No. It's different than hookups. Okay. It's not hookups. Okay. If you've met Mormons, we do not hook up. We use your imaginations. Okay. Go look it up. Okay. And so yeah, it was quite an experience. Yeah, exactly. It was quite it was a lot. Okay. And then, there was a spectrum. Okay. And that's a lot of single adults that are celibate. Okay. That's a lot of single adults that are celibate. And the guy that ran the thing, he has a houseboat. It's called Bravada Yachts. Okay. So he now owns this Bravada Yachts company, and that's a crazy story. That's a crazy story, how that came about. But no, so this guy, the mafia, okay? So he would essentially have to deal with like the Lake Powell mafia. Okay? I mean, this stuff was wild. Anyway, so my friend, she worked at the health department at the time over STDs. And I was like, were they truly? A lot of them are. And there's like lines, soaking was different. I think that was a little bit younger, right? That was a little bit younger crowd. They did other things. Anyways, so these STDs were on the rise, though. The STDs were a problem. The STDs were a major problem in Utah. And I'm talking to this woman. She's like, it's bad. She went into diabetes afterwards. But it got so bad. And so I am disgusted by STDs. I am so disgusted by STDs. I think they're gross. I never want to have look, if you have this, there has to be a way that we can cure this one. Okay. Because it's somewhere in the mitochondria, it's somewhere in the energy. This virus is hijacking it. Like, let's figure it out. Okay. So when I get this little quantum computer, so when we do the Infoton P30 update, and then we get the quantum computer, I can then deploy what I have on this virtual mitochondria. You can go and you can look at the equations for it. Okay. So if you really want to see, you can come up here. Okay. You can come up here. That's the point. So nobody's a fan of STDs. Actually, some of you are. Some of you collect them. Some of you collect STDs. Some of you share STDs without disclosure. Some of you say that STDs are fine. They're not a big deal because, by the end of your life, 95% of the people have STDs. And I am convinced that some of these diseases are the root cause of odd behaviors in human populations. I wouldn't have said that like a long time ago, but I'm convinced now that these are like little aliens or something. I don't know. Take your pick how you want to describe them. Yeah, some people say they're not a big deal. What is an STD? 95% herpes? Actually, I don't want to look that one up. Let's not look that one up. We don't need to look that up. There's something, I just need to do a better job moderating myself and not go and be like, let's look up Google, on STDs. No. Dutch, go look up an STD. You got to do it on your own computer, okay? Yes. So herpes is really gross to me, okay? And some of you guys are like, oh, it's just herpes. No, you guys. Okay, so herpes can be anywhere, and they call it like Whitlow, and you have okay? And if you get it in your eye, people have died. by getting this stuff in your eye. Okay? Like, oh my gosh, terrifying. So come across this, and it causes shingles. Yep, exactly. We're going to save the world. We are all going to do this together. Thank you for attending my planetary meeting. So I'm like, so I rage quit, right? Corporate America. And I'm like, what do I actually want to do? I want to know that the person that I am swiping on the other side does not have an STD. That's really what I want. I want to know that people are not infected. I just don't want that experience, you guys. And I don't think that you guys want that experience either. So I think through it and I learn, I read through like a ton of papers and I'm like, okay, what do we got here? We got these antibody things. Ooh, we got some antibodies. Okay, what type of antibodies? And then it's like, what type of technology do we have? Okay, we have some existing technology. I don't have to go and create this technology. We have existing technology. Okay, so I'm a different kind of Mormon. Okay, I'm a different kind of Mormon. So I'm a Piso Mormon. Even when I go to temple. Anyways, focus, you guys. Okay, planetary meeting. I get it. We're all over the place. It's like, I don't want to say that you guys are like herding cats, but maybe like squirrels. Have you ever tried to herd squirrels? It's just really difficult. So come across this technology. Okay. So Samuel Sia. Have you guys heard of Samuel Sia before? Anybody heard of Samuel Sia? Just one person out there has to know this Samuel Sia guy. No. It's okay if you don't, okay? It's kind of like a weird it's kind of like a weird place that I found myself in, right? And essentially what this guy did, it's absolutely brilliant. It's really smart. Okay. Yeah. So he's a biomed engineer. He's at Columbia University and he does microfluidics. Okay. So he does microfluidics. Lab on a chip, you guys. Look at this. Lab on a chip. Think about how much different the last few years would have been had we been able to get this product across the finish line. Shingles is chickenpox virus. It's chickenpox is herpes zoloft. Okay. And then they also have one for like herpes. STDs are scary though. Okay. All right. He developed microfluidics. Okay. So what this does, let me see if I can find a better machine that shows the one that we were looking at the time. Cause this is a couple years ago, right? Hold on here. Herpes zoster. Thank you. What did I say? Something wrong, I guess. If you guys are correcting me. I said, oh, here we go. Okay. So this is the fantastic machine that I was looking at for I said Zoloft. That's a drug. I'm sorry. Zoster. Thank you. Herpes zoster. All right. It's a damn remote control to your medical. Yeah. Okay. So this device is actually super freaking cool. Okay. Super freaking cool. So what it does is you take a sample of blood and it puts it through here and so the antibodies are connected to colloquial gold. And then when you take a sample of blood, you pump it through the little microfluidics. And then if it clumps together, like this one was HIV, it was tested in Africa. And if it clumps together, what happens... No. Elizabeth Holmes is different. We'll get to Elizabeth Holmes. Don't jump ahead in the story, okay? We'll get to Elizabeth Holmes. So you pump blood through, okay? And keep in mind, Elizabeth Holmes isn't really in the picture at this point. And it tells you And if it clumps together, then you have an STD. Okay? All right. So you have an STD if your little blood clumps together. And it's not like a drop, it's kind of, it's different though, okay? So I'm like, this is great. I can attach an API next to this, okay? I can so an application program interface. I can do an API. I can essentially plug your results in, say, oh, detect through this software, okay, we have a clumping here, and then transmit it and say, hey, this is a positive result, give these people, or there's negative result, no STD, give you guys a HI-free badge on your dating apps. Boop, boop. Wonderful, right? Nobody wants, this could be good. Maybe Grindr would like it. I don't know. Some people on Grindr wanted to get HIV. So like, there's different people. Okay. Like there's a spectrum of people. There's a spectrum of needs. There's a spectrum of wants. But, so I get my brother. Okay. So he's an engineer. He's a mechanical engineer. So I bring him out and so we like, start working through this microfluidics thing, say, hey, we would need this much money, start doing like fundraising and everything. And then Elizabeth Holmes comes out. Okay. I didn't even know who the hell Elizabeth Holmes was. All I know that I was walking into meetings. I was talking to investors. I would bring stuff up. They're like, hey, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, we have these really cool devices. This is how they work. They've actually been tested in production. They're in Africa. It was $25, you guys. $25 a test. $25, because the goal wasn't to make millions of dollars. The goal was to essentially halt the spread of disease. Yeah. So Elizabeth Holmes comes into the picture. I talked to her recently, actually. I talked to her last year briefly. So what happened is, yep, you got it. So every single place I went said no. And people started calling me Elizabeth Holmes. My own brother last year, he was being a douchebag last year and a half ago. Doesn't matter. He even brought up this whole situation again, calling me Elizabeth Holmes once again. Yeah. How great. What a great experience. Why? Because he's a dick. Oh, pardon me. My brother is the golden child. So my brother gets to be whoever he wants. Good for him. That would have upset me. Yeah, it upset me too. We had a working device, you guys, a working microfluidics on the spot STD testing device where we could have just connected an API. So this is on my roadmap still. We can do it for more diseases now, right? So imagine how much different COVID would have been. We could have had like a lot different experience. We could have just queued up the if I had been able to get this to production and not had that stupid little Elizabeth Holmes thing, you would have just gone to the store, had your little chip lab and everything, and then just ran off with it. So what's really interesting about these STDs, okay? So there's HSV, right? So we have an HSV one. Yeah, it is smart. Because Elizabeth Holmes, you guys, Elizabeth Holmes. I got called Elizabeth. To this day, I get called Elizabeth Holmes. To this day. To this day. Can you use it for cancer? Cancer is different. I'll take you through the cancer one, okay? I'll take you through the cancer one. It's possible. It's possible because cancer is a JC1. All right. That's worth a side tangent, okay? JC1 mitochondria test. How? Because this one takes the membrane of it. So let's see here. Analysis. Somebody asked, is smoking bad for you guys? Smoking is not good for you. Okay? That was like 30 minutes ago. This one's, okay, this one's a dye. Cytometry. Okay, you want to see how I study, how I learn stuff? Oh, where did it go? Oh, man. Hold on. Catatonic dyes, apoptic cells, mitocytes. Measurement of physical characteristics of cell. Maybe. This one would take some variability. So this one would use a different type of light. So it would have a different stain, so it wouldn't be colloquial gold. But it still works with the same light mechanism. I would say that one's a possibility. That one's a possibility. Colloquial gold, colloidal gold. Thank you for correcting me. You'll find that I mess up on words a lot. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so let's close out of that. Refocus here. Right, there's a connection between endometriosis and wait, so this is a product in production for the USA. This device right here, it was tested inside of Africa. It's advanced significantly since then. And if this is something that you want, I still have like all of the work that I did here. And I can essentially get this up and running today. If you want to sponsor a project and you want to have like on the spot STD testing and stuff, I could get this going for you. Okay. How bad is vaping? Bad. Oh, you want to know what's even worse, you guys? So you know those like vapes those special vaping things that you guys have? The really special ones, the really expensive ones that you do for vaping certain types of things? Like the green things? Those are really bad. Those are really, really bad. Those are really bad. Those are really bad. Those are really bad. Don't do them. Don't do them. Okay? All right. So if you want a GoFundMe set up for this one, we can set up a GoFundMe for this one. Ashley Nayland is the one that's managing the GoFundMes. Okay? So you'll have to let her know. She's on TikTok, she's on Instagram, she's on Twitter. Okay? All right. So I had started on this med track, okay, and then I got because I didn't have enough money for school, I went into technology, was doing this tech stuff, learned a lot about computers and everything, like just how to, fix computers. So that's where I got the technology arm, then went into product management. So started doing the product management for the digital identity, digitizing your identity for the pharmaceutical companies, dealing with the doctors, then creating a whole bunch of medical products. All of the stuff that you do today, telehealth, text messaging your provider, like in the beginning, the provider reviews, the APIs between all of these systems, then went into here. These ones, the price at the time was like $30. I can, if you guys are serious about this, okay, it needs some serious funding. Okay, so this one, at the time I was asking for $360,000. You'd probably be looking about 500 minimum, like bare bones, to get this across the finish line. And I'm not saying this is going to be some AI product. If I'm going to build you a product, I only build the best. That's what I made a career out of. I made a career out of building the absolute best technologies. And we can figure out a way to make these non-discardable. Okay, that would be something that would be really important to me. Okay, so if you're gonna hire me instead of these companies, like, we got to figure this out. Okay, so go into these microfluidics devices and then get called Elizabeth Holmes. All right, you need a rich guy or gal. No, I up until recently I was a rich woman. Okay, I'm not selling myself. Okay, I am not for sale. Never again. Any complaints, take it up with Dr. Toby. Okay, so get called Elizabeth Holmes, and I'm like, all right, what Oh, I meant for funding. Okay, my apologies. So, let me get Ashley's name here for you, so you guys can have it. Send her messages, tell her what you want. She's managing all this, and so we have a GoFundMe for attorney fees to go fight this Walker v. Wright, nuclear energy. We're gonna put an irreversible nuclear reactor inside of the water basin for 50 million people. Like, that's dumb. We're gonna evaporate your water. Like, there's already no water there, but we're gonna evaporate it. That one was dumb. So we have one of those. She can do the next one. Let me get her thing here. It is, hold on. So if you want, and keep in mind, she does this by votes. Okay. A fundraiser, however we're going to do it. We could probably bypass GoFundMe if there's enough people. We could sidestep that. If you want a fundraiser for on the spot STD testing, message at Ashley Nayland. Okay. Why wouldn't something like Chernobyl or because you guys, because they were told that this is safe, and if nothing else, if nothing else, yeah, I gave you the Tiana Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes blocked you guys from having on the spot STD testing in your dating apps. We're having a planetary meeting. Okay. Welcome to the planetary meeting. So somebody catch the group chat up. Okay. So that we can keep going. Actually, so Elizabeth Holmes was right. Okay. So here's the thing. Elizabeth Holmes was right about saying that you could do lab on a chip. She was right about saying, hey, you can start diagnosing these things on a very particle level. She was not right on the timeline. And to be fair, you guys just gave $1 trillion to Elon Musk. After years of following this man around, as he makes rockets that look very phallic and shoots them into outer space. And says he's going to take you to Mars. But he didn't take you to Mars, he took all your money. All right. Still want to discuss replicator idea. So what I want is I want first the Infoton P30 update to get out there before we ever decide to do anything else. Okay. So after that, I'm like, okay, I'm sick and tired of the medical industry. I'm starting to get bored here. Okay. And I'm like, what am I going to do? Okay. I don't want to go into dentistry. I don't want to touch medical. I don't want to deal with that Elizabeth Holmes stuff. It's 0 point entropy, right? So it's somewhere in there. Yes. The math says that we're not supposed to die, which is essentially like 0 point stuff. Okay. Now, when we look at, so what I did afterwards is, I went and I worked for this car company. Okay. I'm like, ooh, let's do some car stuff here. Right. Cause I can do anything, I have a wide skill set. And I'm like, yeah, I can do car stuff, but they were interested in my governance background, right? Because doing the digital identity, they had me working on like IRS stuff, like government laws, everything like that. Every single time you guys pass some law in your state, we would upgrade the software and then do the math on it and calculate it out and say, okay, this is how the software has to work in order to adhere to the laws, right? So maybe we don't die, we just change. Maybe. So go into that and then, touching PCI compliance and everything. And then I saw some really interesting behaviors in the automotive industry. The stuff that I saw in the automotive industry tells me that the automotive industry is like, how NVIDIA is shuffling their money around? Again, you guys, please focus. We're having a planetary meeting here. Okay. So the car industry is, through their parts, is essentially like shuffling around all this money. And for a dealership to be able to have their dealer name on something, you have this whole parts inventory thing, and then you go like first in, first out. It's all over the place. Okay. So all of this stuff that I'm telling you about, from the identity data to the healthcare data to your text messages to the PCI compliance to the federal, like all of that has to be backed up, and then it has to be backed up multiple times, and then it has to be tied to you, your identity, and then your identity gets cascaded across all of these systems. So all of this goes into the data centers. Okay. We have to make money. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Okay. But you're not making money in the automotive industry. You're doing something else. You're doing something else here. Okay. There's something weird going on in the auto industry. Some really weird stuff, because these automakers would have to hold the parts on it, right? So the automakers or the auto shops or the auto repair shops, the car sellers, you would have to purchase a certain amount of cars, keep them on lot, keep them in stock, keep them a certain amount of parts. And then the makers of the auto industry, they would shovel all of these excess parts onto the automakers. So they would have tons of these parts in stock that they don't actually need, like an excess amount of parts beyond, hold on just a second here. You interrupted our planetary meeting. Okay. So the parts beyond what was actually needed. Yes. So you're running a scheme here. Okay. You're pumping your bags, you're pumping your stocks, you're doing all this crazy stuff. And in addition, you're not upgrading your inventory. You're not upgrading your technology. You're not improving it. Okay. So I learned a lot about the auto industry. I learned a lot about the IRS. I learned a lot in that position. And then, COVID happens. Okay. Then COVID happens. So when COVID happens, I just like all of a sudden, I am high demand. Okay. All of it, like everybody, just jobs galore. I had an interview. They said that you don't have to adhere to NDAs at these companies, right? After a certain period of time. So I interviewed with Hulu. And when I saw what Hulu was doing, I was so mad at their executive. He made me so mad. Like, it's like, this is what you guys did with my technology. Okay. Who was the bad person? Who was the first bad person? I don't know if it was Facebook. It might have been Facebook. It was definitely Hulu. Hulu is not a good company. If you work for Hulu, that is the most unethical company that I've ever met in my entire life. And that's including coming across as cyber atomic. Hulu is the unethical company. Because they hold data. So think about this. They hold data on people that are not their customers, that have no customer agreement. Okay. They might come and sue me for this. I kind of want them to. Your data is in Hulu. Your data is in Hulu. Whether you agreed, whether you were ever a customer or not, your data is in there. And so what they did is they put layer upon layer upon layer of every single thing that they could think or know about you. This goes back to the old magazines, the old newspapers, the old phone books. So, like 30, 40 years, who you knew, who you went to class with. This is worse than Cambridge Analytica, in my opinion. They know your dog. They showed me data on like how they were using like knowledge of your dog to bring you on platform, right? So this is social engineering, dark marketing tactics. They were using dark marketing tactics to manipulate populations to get them on platform and then take their money. Would this explain why they did that deal with Disney? Yes. They are bad. They're so bad. I mean, think about this. I'm in this interview. This is like big bucks. Okay. A lot of money on the line. So much money on the line that it changed, like that I took a job that paid significantly less because of what I saw in this interview. I was infuriated. I mean, big money. I was talking with the marketing executive, big money. And as soon as I saw what happened, I got so mad that I just flipped my stuff. In this interview, I saw white. I'm like, how do you live with yourself? How do you sleep at night? And he's like, well, you know, RC, you're going to have to explain what your question means, by the way. So I was headhunted for identity systems. Okay. After that, I did cybersecurity. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to flip over into cybersecurity of identity. It's going to be a pay cut. I'm not going to make as much, but if people are using my identity technology that I built when I was like 24, 25, then I'm going to, like, this is bad. And I became a really massive proponent of something called blockchain identity, which is self-sovereign identity. So you having your own control of your data, everything. So we're talking about the data centers, all of your information out there. People essentially own bits and pieces of you. They own your digital essence, and you never even gave them permission. There are people that you don't even know who have possession of your digital essence, of your identity, of your data. You, like, nameless people. They trade you like a slave. They trade you like worse than a slave. It's bad. It's actually, like, really horrific. It's really horrific. It's the dirtiest spot. It's the dirtiest. It's such a stain upon the universe. Okay. It's a stain upon the universe. It's a stain upon our species. It's a stain upon existence. All that has happened here. And it's really tied into the sex industry. Okay. There's a lot in there. There's a lot in this space. This awful, disgusting, terrible, bad. Bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Horrific stuff. Truly horrific stuff. Stuff that makes us tolerant of behaviors that are a sickness to our species. Okay? So you gave them the authority, though. They receive authority through, when you agree to EULAs, when you agree to MSAs and stuff like that, like the terms and conditions, in there, if you go through it, you can actually see where you agree. Not only, sometimes it's selling yourself, sometimes you're selling other people. They're like, we're not going to take your data, but you're going to give us your friends' data. And so you're selling your friends and your family members and everybody that's in your contact list and connections and any pictures you have on them, you're selling other people in. Okay. They essentially went around. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It's really gross what has happened here. Yes. And it all ties, it's bad. So with this identity, so I go into cybersecurity and I get really into this thing called blockchain identity. And then I say, okay, I'm told that if I want to change these laws, I have to run for Congress. So if you look me up, okay, you'll find January Walker Congress. Okay. And you'll find that it's really difficult because I didn't want to sell out two parties because I saw what was happening with these parties. So, you know, I've been on the news. I helped bring the Forward Party. That was a mistake because they cannibalized the party that I was in and then they kicked me out. So I talk about blockchain. I had a little robot that followed me around. We had a naming contest and people called it February. One of the worst things that I ever did in my life was I brought a bag of potatoes to represent my opponent, who refused to do a debate with me, to the debate stage. There was actually a collective gasp in the room when I did that. Like, you're not supposed to do that, but that was embarrassing. I feel really bad. The reason I feel really bad is because later on there was this kid. So I came across this woman. Her name I actually don't have it here. I'll have to share it with you some other time. But her son went through an experience where he was being called a turnip. So to this day, we're working on, how do we break these systems? And so he was called a turnip in a really bad situation. And so after that, I realized, you know what? I knew that my opponent was being sold, because in politics, the currency is money and power, money and power, money and power. Okay. And I'll dig into that. So I was really embarrassed, right? That was one of the worst things that I ever did in my life. I used to have it on my TikTok, and then after like reviewing, I mean, I get sick about this today. I'm like, that was an ugly thing to do. So did that. I spoke in groups in front of, like, so this is my school here. This is my dog, right? So I strapped my little thing to him, and we went around, and it was knowing that somebody was being trafficked and calling them a potato, right? One, that's an insult to potatoes. That, potatoes didn't deserve that to happen to him. Too, it was an insult to the person that I mean, it was just ugly. Okay, you guys, it's ugly. It's ugly. It was ugly. So I spoke at cybersecurity stuff on AI. So I was one of the first people to speak on what was going to happen with digital identity, these AI systems, what was capable of happening if we didn't actually start protecting ourselves. And so, I mean, it was just quite an experience here. Okay. And if you're wondering, so Walker, okay, okay, and then we have so this was our former governor before Governor Cox. You have George H.W. Bush. Okay. So if you look at our stuff, the Herberts and the Walkers and the Bushes all ran around together. Okay. And then between conquering families, the Walkers and the Bushes ran one. Okay. So if you go here, then we got H.W. Now, George Walker Bush, he had a political strategist called, and I'm just spilling the deets on everything, because why not? Who cares? How are you supposed to know? You were almost hit by a congresswoman. Huh, that's terrible. Yeah. So there's this guy. Okay. This one. So he was George Bush's political strategist back in the 2000 election. Okay. And so what happened there, like, because you have the person that takes credit, and then you have the person that actually does everything. So he figured out that you could, because for him, the way that he described it to me, it was like a game. Okay. So he described it as a game. You guys, we're having a planetary meeting. Stay focused, right? So what he did is he described to me how he won the Bush's election, and he made the suggestion to go after the Tea Party. Do you guys know what the Tea Party is? You guys ever heard of the Tea Party? No. Yes. Taxes, vague memory. So the Tea Party is the original MAGA. Tea Party is MAGA original. Yeah. So this guy, Aaron Campbell, and so he essentially had the bright idea, because they couldn't get the votes when they were looking at all these numbers and doing this full analysis and stuff. So he laid the foundation for Cambridge Analytica. Okay. And so when we were talking, okay, so he reached out to me because, George W. Bush cousin, he was like, essentially this guy does family politics, right? So he's a family politico. Okay. And I don't know what red mapping is. I'll have to look that up. Okay. So essentially the Tea Party became MAGA. Okay. So Mike Lee, Senator Mike Lee, he was in the Tea Party. Let me pull this up here. Senator Mike Lee, Tea Party. Okay. Tea Party stalwart. Okay. So that's what you have there. I'm sure there's actually a better Tea Party favorite. Okay. So this is actually really, 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 really interesting what's happened here. So this guy, he comes to me on my campaign and he's like, January, he's like, I will help you because this is the biggest regret of my life and I want my kids to be free. So I'm going to teach you politics. And I didn't listen to him close enough. Okay. Because he told me that the currency of politics is money and power, money and power, money and power, money and power. January, never forget that. Money and power, money and power, money and power, money and power, money and power. Focused on work on Monday, I have a cold call. Very tough job as well. Yeah. So I didn't listen. Okay. Because he's like, every single person that helps you, you need to write down their name. You need to do this. But I'm like, I don't want to traffic. I want to do things my way. And I believe that I had surrounded myself with people that cared about the cause. And it became clear later on that that was not the case. It was about me. Okay. So their interest was not in, hey, let's save the earth. Let's free people. It was, we're going to, the intention was always, essentially, they had decided that I was, I wrote it down here somewhere. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. It's in one of these. I did mention it in a video. There was a way that I described it recently that was a better way of describing things. Okay, the arena. The currency of politics is money and power. What I failed to recognize was where the political arena began and ended. What I failed to realize was once my initiation into the arena kicked off, there was no end. My only option was to win. So before politics, I was just stock. What the other players in the arena would trade as they navigated the board to their own ends. Okay. Politicos came to believe the moment that they decided to leverage politicians into the arena to enrich themselves, that politician was owned by them. Political capital was what the term was. People sold themselves along the way and never reached the finish line because they became a slave. Okay, so politics is human trafficking. Okay, you actually are participating in trafficking on a really like ugly level. Okay, I mean, even today, you know, people say, I don't know if I have enough political currency to do that, right? Like I've had, you know, people want that, but this guy, his wife is the woman that got Mike Lee elected. Okay, so she had been collecting data. Actually, I've never done this search. Okay. Wow, well, politics is no joke. Okay, this company here. So this is the woman who got, you can, the best way to connect with me is email, and then we kind of just go from there. So she's the one that got Mike Lee collected. She collects data on everybody in Utah, every single election, and then sells it. The first person gets, like, she pretty much wins every single election, or she wins like almost every single politician her election. I'm only aware of one person that didn't get elected underneath her service. Two. One of them was, I mean, that was a tough uphill battle. So 2 of them. Okay. And that's in 20 years. So she's the best of the best of the best. And her husband had decided to take an interest in my campaign. So really weird. So when I was talking to them, because I used to work with the husband at that auto company, they called this Aaron guy a political spider and chased him off. I don't like what Alex Jones has done. I am not impressed. Okay. There's something to be said for honesty. There's something to be said for honesty. And he was dishonest, and he lied to himself when he lied to others. And he lied to others when he lied to himself. And it was ugly. Okay, so let's keep going here. So in politics, I really pushed this blockchain technology, this self-sovereign identity technology, because I wanted you to have control over your stuff. But later on, no, I don't. America died. Okay, America died in April 2024. When history looks back, America will have died in April 2024. So with that whole TikTok thing, when essentially they said you have no freedom of speech, when the government owns your freedom of speech, that was when America died. As soon as you take aim and fire on the First Amendment, you're done. Done. What are you guys participating in? What are you voting for? Why are you supporting politicians? What's going on here? Why are you allowing them to give your money? I mean, you just saw what they did. They essentially went in. They've known that it's gone. It's been an outright skirmish this entire time. Okay. And that's why I went after the Holy Grail, which we'll get to the Holy Grail. People outside. Okay. People outside. So didn't win. Politics taught me a lot of things. I learned a lot in politics. And then while I was in there, made some interesting people. Thought I came out with a relationship or something, and that turned out to be a fiasco because he wasn't honest with who his identity was. Okay? So he wasn't honest with his identity. He wasn't honest about who he was, this guy. I didn't know that this guy that I thought he was just some scrub, because a lot of times these people that are ultra wealthy, really rich, really well off, they don't drive like outrageously stunning cars. They don't dress in such a way where you're like, oh, this is somebody that has funds. Okay. I had no idea who he was. And just once, I wanted to not look up the identity on somebody. I wanted to be free of this little political game and just have an authentic relationship. And that was my mistake. If there was anybody that I should have looked up, it was him. So, yeah, you guys get it, right? So these people look like just everyday people until you start to navigate the scene. And so worked for this blockchain company to essentially bring you guys an identity wallet, a sovereign identity wallet. And I could not get the development teams to do anything. I mean, this class of people, they essentially make like 10 to 50 million, right? So it's somewhere in there. But I wouldn't call him the millionaire. He was part of a relationship that was wealthy. So I came out with a lot of lessons. Can you guys still hear me? It says, check your, oh, it's because I wasn't, no. He wasn't a handler. He's different. He was different. This is different. Okay. Good. Glad that you all are with me still. So we're just going to put that on the back burner, okay? Nope, you guys can't blame me on this one. There's a level of responsibility to the other party, okay? All right, let's think this through. So what happened after politics, after that first run? Because I learned a lot. Your digital identity should only ever be in your hands, okay? Your digital identity should only ever be in your hands. So I spent many hours, okay? So I moved out of the place that I was because weird things were happening, and so I moved downtown to the city. And I picked the tallest high rise, the tallest, nicest high rise, because it was close to work and everything like that. Okay. And I just looked out over the valley, and I would work, and then I would look over the valley, and I would do my walks, and I would do bicycling, and then I would look out over the valley. I would just look out over the valley. And I could, so from my window, I could see, so they did this really weird thing in Utah. Utah is sad for politics. But Utah gerrymander maps. Okay. Yeah. I got hurt. I hurt and got hurt. We all got hurt. Okay. So we have had our maps changed like every single election. They're only supposed to be changed like every 10 years, and they got changed every single election. So this was the map that I was running in, and I was running in this yellow district here. But see how they all come and they meet in this center area here? So what they did is they picked the area that they wanted to break up, and they sectioned it off. And so from my, and this, so everybody's going after the wrong court case here. Okay. You guys are going after one that starts with an M. And what you need is the 1962. Oh, what was that case called? What was the Supreme Court case in 1962, you guys? Come on. Help me out here. But anyway, so I could see all four corners of the district. And I mean, a lot of things happen in politics. Really terrible things happen in politics. We're going to turn on some music in the background. I'm sorry. That's a little much for me. Thanks for being patient with me. Just noise, you guys. Just noise. By the way, if you like any of this music, you can find, you can go on my profile, okay, and hit up my Spotify. And I created a Planetary Information Security Officer playlist for you. Not all of this is appropriate. I might get rid of some of this music. Some of it's like pretty, like naughty. But other stuff I really enjoy. You know, it's a vibe. Baker versus Carr. That's it. That's the one. That is so if you guys want to have a little bit of freedom, if you want to keep this United States experiment around, you got to get rid of Baker versus Carr. Baker versus Carr is a problem here. Play something naughty for us. You guys can go look up the playlist. Go look it up. Go follow me. Okay. Yeah, but they made it about race and all this stuff. And initially I was on the side of like, oh yeah, no, like definitely this race thing, da. And then when I realized what happened, now I'm like, no, the people should have had like their full scale war back in the 60s over this, right? The people would have done the right thing here. Because that was when the Supreme Court did a power grab. There's an episode that you can go to if you're interested in hearing more about this. So it's More Perfect, Baker v. Carr. Thank you so much for finding that one. The Political Thicket. That's what it's called. And this is just really great. Okay, so they actually talk about this during Bush, his election, the whole thing. I mean, it all ties into this really fascinating. Just listen to the episode. They did excellent. They really did an excellent job here. Okay, no, so that map that I showed you, that was Utah, right? But we're having this redistricting problem everywhere. So when I looked out over the valley, right, and when I was processing what happened to me in politics, not even the things that I realized yet, things that I didn't even, I mean, some of this stuff I didn't even realize until recently. And I'm sure that there's stuff that I won't realize until later, even more. And so what's the Spotify again? I don't know. The Planetary I mean, it's just, I just shared my link. Just try and look me up, I guess. See if you can find me underneath my name. The handle should be the same. So a lot of stuff got embedded in my nervous system. A lot of experiences, a lot of things that people said. We're actually down to, in 9 minutes, we're down to 20 days. Okay. I do this. This is my full-time job. I am the Planetary Information Security Officer. I fight for Earth and people, and I have Infoton. So this is my company. And it's been, so the reason I would like to turn revenue or something similar, but needs bank cooperation. So the reason that we're having planetary meetings right now is because they're planning on putting a nuclear furnace inside of the Colorado River Basin by July 4th at the order of Donald Trump, Governor Cox, the Department of Energy, both at the federal and the state level, and a bunch of things. And it's all ugly and it's all over the place with this company called Valor Atomics. This is the first one. It's a micro reactor. Kind of like, remember how we were talking about STDs? These little micro reactors will essentially pop up like STDs, and it'll essentially eliminate what is left of the water supply of 50 million people while leaking radioactive stuff and everything into the area there. And it has absolutely no NRC docket. There's no NRC docket. There's no oversight. This company doesn't like QA. They don't like stage gate releases. They don't like any of that. And they're currently suing the NRC to essentially say we don't have to do anything ever, period. We're just going to go hands off, do whatever we want. And then this guy is the grandkid of the gentleman that his grandfather was one of these nuclear chemists that was on the Manhattan Project and blew up like Hiroshima and Nagasaki with incorrect mathematics. Yeah, like there's a lot of great artists, I think, in there. Okay. Yeah, that's why we now have planetary councils, you guys. Planetary meetings for planetary councils. And, you know, you can come down here, you can read a little bit more about the Planetary Information Security Officer. You can read about my biography, you know, what my goal is here. You can see me, right? So you can see that I do dress up and clean up nice. I call this my Jesus jacket, by the way, because I didn't know it when I bought it. I think that this is funny. You guys probably won't think this is funny. Oops. So I had this picture when... This is terrible. You guys are going to hate me. All right. So this is the Jesus picture that was in my house as a kid. And then I got this jacket, and then Jaron Horrocks, he did this picture. He's like my favorite photographer. He's really amazing. But so Jaron took this picture for me, and I'm like, gosh, that's Jesus. Yeah, but I'm not a man. And so January comes from Janus, or Janus, however you want to say it. I'm sorry, Joe. I do my best here. Sometimes sometimes I don't always want to say like the thoughts that go through my head on this. Anyway, so it's kind of anyway. So this nuclear reactor. Okay. So what are the extending implications other than water? Well, that's a can of worms. Yeah. So we'll come back to the Jesus conversation here in just a second. Okay. Let's finish up this nuclear reactor one, because the Jesus one is like a whole dive. So the nuclear reactors, this one is just like, they're like, oh, it's just 5 megawatt. Okay. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. All right. But it is actually a big deal, because one, these nuclear reactors, so the nuclear reactors don't have enough materials to last them the entire 24,110 year product life cycle. There's only enough materials. So 14 of the 50 materials for nuclear reactors runs out within the next 50 years at our current rate. That's what's happening. So when we run out of stuff like dysprosium, how will we keep the rods working properly? China controls 90%, they say up to 99% of the world's dysprosium. You can look this up. Dysprosium, China. Okay. Oh, up here it says up to 9. This is, so this is bad. Okay. It's really bad. It's really bad. So, and this dysprosium is a rare earth material. Let's say we have 10%. Let's say that, we have 10% access. We currently have 440 nuclear reactors today. If this is like a critical material, and it's not just in nuclear reactors, it's in data centers, it's in hard drives, specialty supercomputers, all that stuff, and we all have to have this dysprosium thing, and it wears down at an accelerated rate, then, and keep in mind, everything in the universe is supposed to be in balance. So if something is out of balance, if we're using too much of a material, then something is wrong. Our engineering is wrong. Our quantum engineering is wrong, and we have to address it. And so here's something that worries me as your Planetary Information Security Officer. How am I supposed to make a 1 year supply? Because we only have 10 years left of dysprosium. Okay, we only have 10 years left of dysprosium, and we do not control the majority here. There's only 10 years. Let's not go over we can't have any more wars. Okay, our Earth simply cannot handle any more wars. We do not need no more wars, you guys. Stop it with the wars. The wars are dumb. That is a Earth is not fine. Earth is crying every day. Look at everything that's burning. Okay? We're done with war. I'm declaring it now. End your wars. Okay? If somebody else is provoking war, then you need to go have a conversation with them, and you tell them that the PISO said to stop. What are they doing? Planetary Information Security Officer said no more war. And if they have a problem with their warring behaviors and they want to keep going, then you send them to me. And if they refuse to do it then you bring them out to Utah and you bring them up to the Utah State Capitol, and I will have a conversation with them in front of everybody. I don't care who this person is. I don't care if it's the President of the United States. You will bring them to Utah and we will have a hearing in a tribunal and we will have a discussion. And I will hold them accountable for their crimes against existence. That's where we are. We cannot do that. We cannot war anymore. So this dysprosium, okay, this is why I'm worried. How am I supposed to keep 440 nuclear reactors going today with these people wanting to build thousands more? And we haven't even gotten to building nuclear reactors on a massive earthquake fault line. And each of these has a product life cycle of 24,110 years. How am I supposed to make 1 year of dysprosium last 24,110 years for 440 nuclear reactors with thousands along the way? You guys, this is blowing up. This is destroying existence. We will kill ourselves. That's why I came out and I said, we're done. We're done. You've summoned the Planetary Information Security Officer. I am now here. I am not messing around. You guys think that I'm like a small little human or something like that, but I'm mighty fierce. And I can make your life awfully hard because I have this repository of knowledge and no allegiances to anybody or anything except existence and the universe and the continuation of the universe. But Trump did say that he would save the Great Salt Lake despite doing these things. So let's get back to Trump, Great Salt Lake. So these nuclear reactors. So somebody said, what could happen? What could actually happen here? He admitted that it was a real environmental disaster here. I don't know if you can see that. Okay. So with these nuclear reactors, so they're doing some funny business on the back end. So one, Utah's an agreement state, and all nuclear reactors are supposed to go through the NRC. But for whatever reason, Utah said, we're going to join Valor Atomics in suing the NRC. Valor Atomics got permission of the Department of Energy. They're all running around together. So the Department of Energy, the Air Force, the President of the United States. I have a full list. I wrote you a planetary. Are you talking to me, love? Okay. We're not pushing narratives here. These are the conversations. Okay. These are real conversations. If you come in here, I'll show you. So you can come over here. Let's close out of some of these things. We'll leave up the Jesus tab because we need that one. So we also need Infoton. Okay. So if you come over here to Infoton, you click on Learn. I have a full repository here where you can read my reports that I have to date. Okay. Some people are going to be like, oh, but they're not peer reviewed or something like that. It's like, this is a cybersecurity report. Okay. I am disclosing information to you. I am performing an analysis that your own government didn't want to perform. Okay. So if you come over here and you come underneath liability. Okay, so somebody said this is political, da, 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 da. These are all the people, these are all the names, all the groups that if they install that nuclear reactor within the Colorado River Basin, that you guys will bring to me, hands down. Okay, and so this is every single thing, and I just keep track of news articles. Names, times, dates, places. when somebody wanted to do something, here's the executive order, here's, you know, the conversation, here's what they said, go do this, I want this, da 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 da, every single level, okay, all the way through Doge. And you can come in here, and honestly, if you wanted to make my job a little bit easier, it would be really great if you guys started going through this list and started notifying these people that they are in Section 11 liability, and if they turn on this nuclear reactor within the next 20 days, that they will be subject to me. They will be accountable to the Planetary Information Security Officer, because what in the world? Like, how dare you not check to see if the area that you were installing the nuclear reactor in was a safe location? How dare you install it? How dare you? How dare you not check, and how dare you install it? Because you essentially just put all of existence at risk in the most sensitive of places. I'm not paying attention to the Gulf, you guys. The only thing that I'm paying attention right now is these nuclear reactors. How can you find this? Where can you find this? So the place to find this is you go onto Infoton.ai, you click on Learn Repository, and then this is the Oh yeah, I didn't get to that, did I? So when I went to protect your guys' identity, got really into that blockchain stuff, I was hired by a company doing cybersecurity to protect your identity, and those were like behavioral biometrics and everything like that. And so that was a cybersecurity product manager. So now I'm essentially like your planetary product manager. So cybersecurity product manager. And then because my expertise was like really expert blockchain level person, after there was a skirmish, was essentially, had an opportunity to go into cybersecurity information security officer, where I cybersecurity the entire $8 trillion daily economy. So I saw a lot of stuff, heard a lot of stuff. And so anything that was a digital asset, any type of money, right? Because it's all digital money. And that's what happened there. And then letters started landing on my desk from governors, senators, everything like that in regards to identity, blockchain, brain-computer interfaces, social engineering. Bitcoin was another big one, and it just got crazy. So discovered a lot of things, saw a lot of things, saw what war actually was, got really mad that even though I went in there to protect identity, I was essentially, my skill set was, again, being weaponized against the very people. And so I came and I rage quit. I'll show you how I rage quit, because I started getting cyber attacked. Here, you'll like this. I know you guys will like this one if you haven't seen this picture. Let's find it. Hold on. Not there, not there. Was this before or after? Before. There's one there was still snow on the ground. Hold on, where are we? Here we are. So started getting cyber attacked. Okay. And this is like the scariest part of my, like, honestly, the only reason that I'm here today is because this cybersecurity general essentially gave me, like, I'm getting attacked. This is what I'm seeing. This. Like, what do I do? He's like, go offline for 10 days. He saved my life, honestly. But that was a very expensive computer. I was told, this is like a really expensive computer. Don't break it. I do feel bad about that. But I couldn't figure out how they started hacking my stuff. I don't know about Georgia Tech. I don't know about Georgia Tech. I didn't go there. I would say I got a really excellent education at Utah Valley University. What's the best investment now? There is no investment, you guys. Investments are going away. Okay. What's the best investment? Invest in your education. Invest in quantum technology. Invest in learning about what Infoton is. Because everything is going to be precise. No, I did worse than melted the computer. I didn't melt the computer. I couldn't find a screwdriver and weird stuff kept happening. And so I disabled all of my electronics and considered them compromised and then moved on, which sucked. When does climate change take us out? It doesn't, because you guys are going to, Planetary Information Security Officer is here. You're going to go and you're going to get like the President of the United States. Thank you. By the way, thank you so much for all of those little kind gifts that you guys have been doing. Okay. It does. So precision technology is what matters. Okay. Not surplus precision. Okay. I'm concerned about graviton. Did you guys see the graviton in here? Did you guys see the graviton? Did you see where the graviton is? This is really cool work, by the way. This is HTML. Here's one. Who requested the dirty song? We can fix the weather by fixing our computers. Take a man, lick and then split. I'm glad that you guys learned a lot. So this was in February of last year. It was a terrible, terrible experience. The graviton, it's a particle, you guys. It's that missing particle that you all have been looking for. There it is, on screen. The elusive graviton. It was there all along. But it was an experience. You had to go through the experience of gravity and then reaching the top. So you had to go through the lowest depths and the highest highs. It was a terrible experience to bring you guys the graviton. Somebody had to, though, because physics is a physical experience. So that's why you had all these people saying, I want to go find the graviton, but they're all studying their books. But you don't get the graviton by just being in your books. You get the graviton by... It's like, somebody compared me to Marvel recently. You know how there's like that Marvel thing where, oh, the Sword in the Stone is one, right? It's kind of like the Sword in the Stone, or it's kind of like who gets to swirl around Mjolnir, okay? Turns out physics is the same way. The universe is the same way. It's not going to give the graviton to somebody that's going to exploit it and destroy it. Somebody that says, hey, we're going to bring world peace. Physics comes from experiencing. You kind of scare me for our future. Yeah, sometimes I do that. I scare myself. All right, did I answer your guys' questions on these nuclear reactors? Can we move back onto the Jesus topic? I think that that's a great conversation. I just met you and you're no Marvel, and that's a compliment. I don't know, we'll find out. Running for U.S. Senate. Interesting. I'm very interested to see how the relationship between the Planetary Information Security Officer and the US government is going to go from here on out. So we'll figure it out. Okay. All right, we're ready for Jesus. Somebody want to catch the crowd up on Jesus? So, I mean, I guess I could do it. Okay, so on Infoton, we got this January in physics, okay? Because it's new physics, kind of new. I mean, it's been around. Like, somebody else figured out this equation. I did a quick modifier and connected into primes and found out that if you connect it into primes, you get to do all these really cool things. So this is going to be essentially like the interface for quantum computing. This is holography. This is like Star Wars level technology. You're essentially looking at the architecture right here. You can actually use this architecture if you guys are brilliant enough. This is why I haven't posted the math around it, by the way. You can use it to crack cryptography. And I know one of you will figure this out as soon as you start to see what I did here. But so here's these little dots, these ones. These are secrets. They do special things. Okay, and there's many's of these. There's many's of them. Okay, so let's zoom out. Tilt. Oh, where are we at? Ah, shoot. Here we are. Okay. Very cool stuff. I don't have a computer. That's a bummer. Yeah. So these right here, the ones that are isohecodrons. Anyway, so this is all a math equation. Okay, so this is all a math equation. This is a mathematical pattern that comes out within our numbers. New stuff, gifts. I come bearing gifts for humanity, you guys. We're gonna do great things together. All right, but if you come down here, you can see me. All right. What OS? I don't know, you guys. Why are you asking that question? Are you gonna hack my computer? Are you gonna aim and fire? But this is an Apple OS. Okay. They're distractions that catch attention. Are you guys aliens? You're a mathematical equation. We exist within mathematics. Yeah, this is me. Doesn't it look like me? Hold on. Wait, this way. Did I do it? Is that AI? No. Just hope you didn't rebuild your computer using Microsoft. No, this is not AI. How do I learn this as a beginner? HTML? I'll teach you guys. I'll teach you. I'm going to teach you math too. I have a whole math program, math book. Okay. Math lessons. Math puzzles. I'm gonna teach you guys things that I learned. So I'll take you through this. Yeah, we'll figure it out, because at the end of the day, I still have to eat. We're moving off of this economy, but I still need to be able to eat. And so we went through microfluidics. You guys want the rapid STD testing. Okay, so you're gonna contact Ashley, set up another thing there. We have another fundraiser for taking on the US government and doing this nuclear stuff. Yeah, you guys, we are unfocused here. We'll come back to Jesus here in just a second. I mean, Janice. We'll figure it out. Anyways, so we have those things going on, okay? And then we also have this cancer stuff, right? Cures for diseases. So we have these things called virtual cells. They used AI. I use physics equations. So I have physics equations for the cell that explain what's happening at a cellular level. And field around it is a turtle. Yeah, you guys are starting to see. Yeah, you see the geometries. So I have a mitochondria. Okay, I have a lot of math around the mitochondria, and this math is going to help us cure diseases. And then once we get this update going, this Infoton P30 update, then we can get, you know, supercomputers in line. We can build out a quantum computer together, and then this quantum computer is essentially going to be a humanity device. All right, we're going to start really, like, the scientists are going to catch up, the technologists are going to catch up, the religious people are going to catch up, we're all going to catch up, and we're going to start working and collaborating and building together. And we're going to actually make like an extraordinary existence. Okay? Humanity can do this. I believe in all of you. I truly believe in all of you. So do any of you guys know where the, I mean, I guess it's on screen here, but are you familiar with the Roman god? Have you guys heard about Janus before? The philosophers, everybody. How do you shut down your brain at night? I don't shut down my brain. How can we make healing devices? So I have an inkling how we're gonna make these healing devices. But I want to make sure that I'm precise. I think we already have one. So here's another thing. Stop threatening to eat people. I don't like eating people. Okay? I don't even like it that you eat animals. That's where I'm at in my existence. I don't even like eating animals myself. They start to taste funny. And they have thoughts and feelings and stuff. You'll figure it out, okay? Maybe you don't like that today, but we gotta stop eating animals, okay? So don't eat people, don't eat animals. Come on, we'll figure this out. Don't eat people, okay? I need a commitment before we continue. I need a commitment that you guys are not going to eat people. We agree? It really worries me because we currently have that here in Salt Lake. We do. And they're doing it based off a political ranking. Okay? Okay, I'm glad that we agree. Perfect. Good. Why is this even being discussed? Because it's currently happening. And because one of the machines that we need, the person that created it, you guys keep saying that you're going to eat them. You don't even know who they are, to the point where I don't even include their name and stuff because I'm absolutely terrified that there are going to be people, like, you need to rein people in, okay? There's no eating needed. So anyways, I'm glad that we're all in agreement here. Yes, this is real. Yes, like, eat the rich, okay? You can't eat this person because they're connected to me. Okay, it would hurt me if you ate this person because this person inspired me to get out of, to wake up. And it would be a terrible thing to do that. Anyway, so let's go back here. So January is like a name of new beginnings. I'm so grateful I have all of your commitments here. No humans taste like chicken. Stop that. Oh man, what is wrong with you guys? It's not even a question. I feel this in my nervous system when you guys say that stuff. Feel it in my heart. I was in the line of fire for this stuff. No more food topics. Good. Perfect. Okay. So January, right? I really played on this. So the crypto reporter, January, hold on. Actually, did we just find it? Reporter ETH, January Walker. It wasn't CoinDesk. Where is he? Anyway, so I was going to show you this article. He had a picture. I'm glad. Okay, I'm glad that we all agree that we're not eating people. Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. Let's refocus on this God stuff. Okay, we're back to the Jesus topic that you guys have all been wondering about. Let's refocus on Jesus for just a second here. Okay, so January is like new beginnings, right? And I played hard on my name. I'm like, oh, we're here for new beginnings, that type of stuff. First, like best in class, first, da 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 da. But January is an eponym to this Roman god. And this god is a singular god. There's no other god like the god Janus. Okay? There's no other god like Janus. Janus. I'm not really like married to the pronunciation here. Okay? What's important though is that this is a primordial god. So in prime numbers we have primordials. Inside of the gods, Janus. Yeah, exactly. We have primordial gods. So this, and maybe I'll change my mind in the future here, right? But here's some interesting things here about this. Oh, shoot. Forward. Okay. What do you guys notice about this God? Let's just talk about this. How would you... No, Jesus doesn't want to be eaten either. Okay? All right. Two faces. For the ability to see through time, looking forward and backward. Yes. Duality, being able to hold understanding, right? It's actually not an evil god. I'm not aware of this god being an evil god. Has a key. Yes. Has a key. Has a staff. You guys, I don't want to be eaten. Okay, let's continue on. Why would somebody ever want... Yeah, please figuratively eat me. I don't know. All right. This one is kind of like an interesting little it's a time travel god. What else do we have here? Staff of Judgment. Don't say weird stuff. I don't taste good at all. Don't put that out into the universe. I don't want the dirty thoughts. I don't want people thinking about me. Like, don't. Come on, you guys. But there's something in here. Come on, you guys. This is like what is the answer to the universe? Everything. What is it called? Galaxy. Shoot, what is the thing called here? 42. Yeah. The answer to life, the universe, everything, 42. Ah, you're here. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you got it. I thought that was so great. What are the odds that this image comes through? Okay, what's the odds that this image comes through? I mean, we're the moderators. She's sleeping, okay? You guys have to moderate yourselves. Do not make me do not make me kick you out of this planetary meeting, okay? Planetary meeting. It's a planetary meeting. Yes, and then you have the Janus kinase. Yes, you're right. So we actually have a Janus in the cell. Very important function here, right? We got a lot of good stuff here. All right. So very interesting picture here of this god. Basically, room of adults. Oh, peacetime is here. Excellent. So we're talking about wizards. I have been summoned. Welcome. Oh, that's new information. Yeah. I'm not ready to add more moderators, but let me think on that. Okay, Price Hustle? Let me think on that. Okay. So here's another one that you guys are going to like. You're going to love this one. What do you notice about this one? Because I've been thinking about switching the picture out or bringing this picture here. Kind of an interesting picture, right? Yes. It's not a single gender. Time duality. Business in front, party in back. Yeah, that's kind of true. What's weird is this looks like somebody. The one on the right looks like somebody. How did I do? Any resemblance there? I don't know if there's a resemblance. No resemblance? It's probably the pigtails. It's Roman. But I just found it so absolutely interesting. This is kind of weird. Just that robe. You can't see? What do you mean you can't see? Okay. So, just like a fascinating little side quest. The image is cut off. Is the image still cut off? Let's try this. Eight sections in the J. Oh, that is interesting. And there are little tick marks in there too, huh? And it's like a grid, right? What are you doing here with this? Joey, we're just exploring the universe here. We're having a planetary meeting. Okay? Planetary meeting. All right. So if we come in here, it gets really interesting. That's like an actual interesting thing to notice here. Because what do we got here? Got some grid lines, right? Thinking outside the box, challenging assumptions, right? Expanding our minds, having fun. You guys, it's Sunday. Okay. All right. Here we go. And it did have 8, didn't it? Yeah, it got just a very interesting. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. So this, I mean, isn't this better? Like, think about it. You could be watching like a movie right now, but you're not going to have this experience anywhere else, right? You're not going to experience this anywhere else except for here. No, I don't watch movies. You love it here. I'm glad that we all love it. Okay, so this god, this god is where January gets the name. Is this primordial god. And it's a god of beginnings, gates, time, dualities, transitions. It's like the first one. Like when something happens, it's first. It's a protector. It's invoked during times of war for protection. They used to worship this god. The Romans do. What else do we have here? Just a really fascinating character here. Okay, so let's scroll down a little bit more because we've gone through that other one, right? And so what's really... Wait a minute. We're not a cult here. We're not a cult. I'm definitely not a cult. I am not a cult. But January is fake. Why are you saying I'm fake? What is going on? Did we just change the tone of the room? Stop that. Planetary meeting back online. Focus, you guys. Okay, we're talking about this God. All right. So it's supposed to be an initiator of life. This is the danger of hallucinogenics. I don't do drugs. This is totally sober. Beginning of time, stages in life, weddings, births, deaths, God of doorways, gates. Kind of interesting. They did sacrifices. I'm not really interested in the sacrifices, okay? Did you discover this or was it gifted to you? The God? I mean, I like, you just wonder where your name came from, kind of stuff. And it's like, oh, it comes from this God. It's kind of neat, right? All right. You guys have to help me filter out who are the bad comments. Tell me which ones we need to say, like, you guys, we're having a planetary meeting. Okay. So I just have a hard time. Okay, I just have a hard time sometimes deciphering when people are being mean and not kind, like kind and not kind, because I am not naturally unkind. So it just hits me the wrong way. Okay? So just like a really interesting God. So this God was worshipped before many of the other Roman gods, right? Like the first, okay? Just a bit like this is the creator God kind of thing. So the key symbolizes the like the protection of doors, gates, right? UVU, you guys. It was by the time I got my degree, it was a formality. Okay. And if you look in here, so we're going to hop back over to Infoton really quick. Going to hop onto that January in physics. Going to hop onto this. So what's interesting in cryptography, okay, you can actually come over here when you come in, right? Have fun here. You'll see that in cryptography, we have these things called keys. Remember how I told you that those little isohedrons, I think that's how you say it, are special, okay? These are keys. In cryptography, these are keys. The keys are in the deserts. And look, I even have them labeled as keys. I'm going to give you so much to think about. Look at all these keys. Got the keys. I'm giving you the keys. Okay. Janice, like the key in the photo. Yes. So weird, isn't it? Imagine being me and going through this experience. God of transitions. Yeah. Like how we need to transition out of whatever timeline we're in and into the right timeline. So, I mean, I don't know. It was just a really uncomfortable experience. Like one of my friends, we talk every day. There will be at least one person that knows. If anything happened to me, one person will know immediately, hands down. Like and he stuck with me through some hard times. When everything came crashing down, when the cyber attack started, when the wars, like when you become a target, it is the scariest thing in the world because you don't know who to trust, when, where, anything. And then everything, because you got socially engineered, just keeps crashing down. Okay? So, ARC gene is it really, Joey? That's fascinating. That's fascinating. Do I feel safe? I will feel a lot safer when I have more food in my cupboard. Okay. I lived a bougie life. You guys have to understand. Okay. I did not grow up rich. I worked harder and faster and smarter than every single person so that I could have a nice life and have great experiences for myself. And I gave a lot of my wealth away. If I had not given my wealth away, I would not be in the situation that I am in now, having like turned and, said, okay, I'm fighting against the entire system. I am taking you all down. I don't care if I have to take down the entire US government. I don't care if I have to take down the banks. I don't care if I have to take down governments or whatever. Like, you are holding a cyber atomic that is going to blow up the entire world. We are done. Okay? That's how we are. You summon the Planetary Information Security Officer. And the Planetary Information Security Officer is above. Okay, so just believe that you have divine protection. I don't know what a dead man switch is. Don't let them get you down. I'm doing my best. This is the ARC gene. Hold on a second here. That is actually really interesting. I'm going to save that for later. Thank you so much. Very interesting. Security upcoming time if you need it. Okay. I don't like nukes. Okay. So this primordial stuff is like really fascinating. Okay. Sorry, we got to refocus here. That was me. Oh. I remember what we were talking about. Jesus. You guys keep reminding me. Okay. So I typically wear like purple jackets. So if you go through, I had a bunch of purple suits. So January Walker, if you notice, I got a lot of purple. And then I'm like, I kind of want a different color that's still in that purple range, but just a smidge different. And I happened across this one jacket and I'm like, wait a minute. I like this jacket. I'm going to do it. I'm going to get it. And then I got this picture taken. And hold on a second here. Let me see if I can't do two at once, can I? Here we go. But when I got that picture back, I just realized that they look the same. So I had a little bit too much fun. I had a little bit too much fun here, okay? I know I had too much fun. By the way, trolling Sheldon videos is hilarious to me. Oh, it's not going to let me do it. Okay, this isn't going to work. We'll just go back to this. Use a snipping tool? Gosh, you guys are gonna get me in trouble. Hold on. I think I have the video that I originally made it in. Yeah, thank you so much. I do look a lot better when I smile. When people are mean, it makes me cry. And I don't even bother trying to hide the crying anymore because it hurts so much. It really does hurt that much. It really does. And why would I bother hiding the cruelty anymore? I don't know. What do you think? What is happening? Ah, you guys. Do you love it? I view you as math. Okay, perfect. I'll take it. Am I saying I'm a god? Am I saying I'm a god? I don't know, you guys. Hold on a sec. Oh, wait, I know how we can do this. I have an idea. Here we go. I figured it out. You're going to love it. Add source. Window capture. Oh, wait, hold on. I figured it out. Here we go. It just took me a minute to think it through. Are you a god? You are a god. Hi, up. How do we do this? How's that? We are all God. We are all made of God. We're all information energy. There's only one God. That's really interesting because, going back to this Giannis stuff, just lots of interesting things. Hold on a second here. Let's bring back this Jesus thing. Where do we go? I'm going to just pull this out. And I'm going to let you sit with this. Okay, we're just going to sit here. Oops, wrong button. Let me close out of that. Don't need that taking up space. We can probably close this one too. Sometimes I have a beard. I shave. I'm just kidding. I don't have a beard. All right. There's only one Jesus. Jesus wasn't a redhead. Am I a redhead? If you're God, you're a sorry God dedicating your life to humanity. I am a savior of humanity. So here's the thing, okay? I've thought a lot about Jesus. You guys ask me about Jesus a lot. Okay. How often do you have meetings? My goal is to have planetary meetings every day until we figure this out. Okay. So this is, okay, so really quick, this is the picture of Jesus that I grew up with. This is Mormon Jesus. All right. Let's see if I can pull up Jesus here. Here we go. We'll just move that up just a smidge. So that's the picture that I grew up with. And So I got this jacket here, as you can see, and I just thought it was so interesting. But I was like, man, this jacket is like that Jesus jacket. So I call it my Jesus jacket. Okay? It's my Jesus jacket. That's actually what we call this jacket when I wear it, is my Jesus jacket. And you know, January comes from Janus, the God. I mean, I guess we're all finding out here, okay? We're all finding out here together what's going on here. So I think about Jesus a lot, and for going through this experience of Mormonism, right? So in Mormonism, the goal is to be like Jesus. That is the goal. We sing songs about it. I'm trying to be like Jesus in all that I say and do, right? Okay. That was the goal. And there's a point in which you follow Jesus, which you break off from the church. How many months into your year? Haven't thought about it. So what I started doing is I couldn't sit in the pews anymore. I couldn't teach the lessons anymore. What I wanted to do is I wanted to go out and serve the homeless. So I would spend like 8 hours a day going and, taking food and meals and everything to everybody, and just going out and doing all of that until I couldn't go through that anymore. And then went through and started, that was when it's like, okay, let's go into this political arena and start going through this entire experience here. And just fighting, just like, what's the eye on the prize? And this is what people in politics never understood. Okay. This is what people in politics never understood. Like, some of them understood, like there was this one guy, his name was Mohan. He actually told people this. He said, January is the only person that never went into politics for herself. Like, even I did it for me, but she never did. She did it for everybody else. And that was so interesting to me, because I thought we were all in the political game for the same thing, which is to free humanity and to bring like peace level stuff, right? So that was really interesting. And my whole life, people have told me that I have a Jesus complex. I have a God complex. Article to vote and elect on your side. So as the Planetary Information Security Officer, I only adhere to the laws of physics. I adhere to the laws of physics, and I enforce the laws of physics. And that's like, I am free. If there's anything that politics gave me, and the attempt to traffic me, it was my freedom. And I would say that Jesus is actually the most trafficked person in the universe. The name Jesus Christ is the most trafficked information physics in the universe, because we put everything. However you see Jesus, I'm not saying that you have to see Jesus a certain way. Right? I'm not saying that, your Jesus looks like this individual up here. That's not what I'm saying whatsoever. What I'm saying is this Jesus, this Jesus character, this Jesus figure, we trafficked. We trafficked it. We started wars over Jesus, or we started wars and then we put it on Jesus. People did awful, terrible things and put it on Jesus. Trafficked people on Jesus, did terrible things to like, instead of facing the moral injury. Facing the moral injury is one of the most painful things that you can do. We just didn't. Yeah. So a lot of things have been put on Jesus, and a lot of people say their own opinions as though it were Jesus's opinion and how Jesus would do things. But Jesus would adhere to the universe. So Jesus adheres, like, if Jesus is everything that we say he is, or she, or it, whatever it is, okay? Whatever is happening here, this entity, right? I just want to call it an entity. It would be following the laws of the universe, unless this isn't, unless Jesus is not actually what they say. Like, okay, so one thing that makes me, I haven't seen the Passion movie. So one thing that makes me really uncomfortable with the LDS Church, besides the homelessness, is the fact that they're holding stocks and currently this like thermodynamic machines of hell are shielding themselves underneath the name of Jesus. And it made me question Jesus a lot. Like, is Jesus a good person, or is Jesus a bad person, a bad entity, good entity? Because if the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is doing all these things in Jesus's name, and they're essentially baking the planet to a crisp, like going through, then if like, what's happening there? And so at some point, when I begged the universe for knowledge, and the universe said, here's knowledge, and it just like, it was almost like an upload. It was very uncomfortable, this knowledge stuff, because I was reading a lot in quantum physics, I was reading a lot in neuroscience, I was doing a lot in math, I was getting the cybersecurities, the world reports, everything, and I was just like running to essentially outpace whatever war was happening. So I was searching for the core of the war. And so I just took off and started, I mean, essentially beat everybody, right? And I want this world peace thing. So I was told about this graviton. Okay. I don't know what a moon horn is. What's a moon horn? Somebody tell me what a moon horn is, please. You don't like it? Some people don't like it. RHO. RHO is actually really interesting. There's a lot of lore around that. Okay, so this is life. I'm you, you're me, you're Jesus, but we can only live one life after another. Jesus was made up, so we fall in the line. But the word Jesus Christ exists. So in information physics, if you have that, that means it exists, right? What would stand the greatest deception be? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. Wait, the church is bringing data center. Their nuclear reactors are scaring me more. So the LDS Church holds stock, and the stock in these companies is connected to the data centers and is connected to the nuclear reactors. Okay, so that's what it is. So you guys say it's a man, right? But what's going on? Like, it's just so unusual. I don't think you fully understand. So as a cryptographer, like, Jesus Christ essentially broke out of the crypt. So I'm a cryptographer, right? Cryptography is my specialty, right? So I cracked the cryptography of quantum physics, and I brought you math and prime numbers, stuff that you haven't seen before. That's essentially cryptography that frees you from death, right? Zion's Bank is in there too. Yes. Zion's Bank is participating. So, that's kind of like an interesting thing, right? When we look at this, and then, if like cracking the crypt means that you find the keys, and then, we have this little key here, right? And then you don't know this about me, but, I carried around a baseball bat frequently. So, that's kind of like this little staff here. And then one of the prime numbers that I have that I found that I'm like really fascinating with, I'm not going to share it with you. At some point, like, I got to keep at least one thing for me, right? Like, I give you guys all my secrets. Yeah, I was carrying around a bat. I mean, I like baseball and everything, but I was also having some weird stuff happening. I mean, think about it. Like, my car tires are being slashed. My house was being broken into, like, weird stuff. So anyways, but one of my favorite prime numbers has like a tie-in specifically to this 42. And this is really uncomfortable. So yes, you love the baseball bat story. You were probably there when that woman appeared, I'm guessing, and she brought it up. Anyway, so this 42 number, there's a prime number that I was really interested in. And I just noticed, and I was like, huh, there's like a 42 connection here. And then I found this picture, and then I saw that it has this 42 on the picture. And then so they talk about Jesus, how Jesus has the keys to the kingdom. There's like this 42 thing. I don't know. It's like an experience. It's weird. Okay. I'm just sharing with you like some really interesting, uncomfortable. If you guys are uncomfortable, I get it. I went through a lot of stuff. And then they say, and then like they have like the woman, right? So there goes through this thing of woman. And one of the scariest geometries in in this cyber atomic. Yeah, I had some gang stuff. It was scary. It was crappy experience. 0 out of 10 stars. 0 out of 10. It still kind of goes on today. I'm sure that somebody's going to run over to Reddit and just be like, she now thinks she's Jesus. Honestly, some of this stuff is just for my own entertainment, right? This one kid said, she's like, fun for you, but not fun for everybody else. So it's fun for me, right? Yeah, a lot of it is, but you shouldn't mark Jesus Christ because he's actually God and proved beyond reasonable doubt. I'm saying something different. We're talking about Janus here, okay? I don't know. Let me just like show you really quick. Look. Oh, hold on. Let me just move this over. Just quickly so you can see it. Where am I? Here I am. I didn't say January Jesus Walker. You see the resemblance? Yeah. It's just kind of like an interesting. Yeah, it is a virus. It's a planetary virus. It's going to bake the planet to death. Come on, you guys. Let's not. That's dumb. So somebody built a computer. I was born in July. My birthday's coming up. So somebody built a computer program that you can't turn off, that is thermodynamic, almost 100% thermodynamic, scales at planetary scale and drops the equivalent of 21 Hiroshimas a day. You guys, it's a virus. It's a computer virus. It's a planetary computer virus. It's like planetary cancer. So are you saying you proved Jesus with physics? I would say so the graviton. Okay. So are we satiated with this picture here? Do you mind if I like bring up the graviton? Do you guys mind if I bring up the graviton? I want to bring up the graviton. Let's do it on this one. Okay. The Janus Project. Interesting. Are you talking about the government project? I really don't like what they're doing there. Okay, so coming back here. By the way, how many of you have heard about the graviton? What have you heard about the graviton? Besides it being elusive, besides it being besides it being like a theoretical particle in physics, what else have you heard about it? What else have you heard about this graviton? First time. Okay, hold on a second here. I think I can do better here. Not much. Seen visuals, quantum of gravity, fundamental physics or pure mathematics. Yeah, exactly. The elusive graviton. Yes. Only heard about it. Man, see, that's the thing. See, this is how secrets go. What is everybody fighting about? Okay, so this graviton, okay, hypothesized particle in physics. This is a holy grail. They actually call this a holy grail. So similar to the mitochondria, the graviton is a holy grail. Has CERN found it? How can you find something if it's not yours to have, if it's not yours to bring to the world? Again, physics is a physical experience. You have to go through the experience to be able to find these things, to have this stuff. You don't just like conjure it up, right? It's a full on experience. Okay, it's a hypothetical particle, but here you see it. Here you see it, and the math matches. It matches the LIGO gravitational waves at the speed of information energy. What do you think the pyramids? I don't know, but the pyramids come out in cryptography. Triangles come out in cryptography, same as plasma. I'd have to take a closer look at the pyramids to answer your questions on that. I haven't really gotten in and studied them. Faster than the speed of light. The graviton, yeah. The infoton, so there's like an infoton identity. So all these particles meet at the intersection of mass, energy, information. So this graviton right here, okay? They say it's the Holy Grail, and they say the person that brings the graviton brings world peace. That's what I was told. If you get the graviton, you bring world peace. And they, like, everybody's protecting, like, all these little kerfluffle things that are going on in the background. Everybody's fighting over this graviton here. This is what the physicists are fighting about. This is what they all want to find. This is how we hide away our information. This is why they're like mine. They're goleming it. Because they want this graviton. So I give you instructions on it. Okay, so how can we discover the graviton? How do you know? Because it uses your math. Because the universe is mathematical. And if you don't deny the mathematical... So it's... Okay, so like there's a proton, right? Electron, all of these... Yeah, so you have all of these particles. But there's a particle of gravity that hasn't been... fully found. So here's the thing. If LIGO fixes their positioning, because I give you guys exact positions on here. So I teach you, so in here, I give you articles that you can go through. Okay. If you can do basic math, if you learn 6th grade math, you can go through here. All right. And I teach you how to find it. So this one I found through the wavelengths. Let's go here. There we go. So I take you through step by step and how I figured out that the math was wrong, right? See how I have this unusual word here? It's really small probably on your screen. I'm like, wait a minute. This is not right. This math didn't math. I looked at it and I'm like, there's something wrong here. And then I realized that they assumed that gravitational waves propagated at the speed of light. So Infoton is a hypothesized particle in physics, but then it kind of became a little bit more. I mean, I've given you guys like 2,000 pages of papers to read here. Okay. You want me to spoil it all? I guess I could spoil it all. So I'm going to be doing lessons for you guys, taking you through beginning to end. But essentially, Infoton is the mass energy information equivalent. So if we come here, this is what it is. So this Melvin Vopson guy, can you take the image and your image down and just expand it? Yeah, I can do that. We can be done with the Janus Jesus lore. Where do we go here? I think it's this one. Nope. Nope. Turn that one on. This one. This one. Okay. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Are we all at least having fun? Even if it's kind of an unconventional conversation, planetary conversation? I hope you say yes. Okay, perfect. How does someone access your information in order to read it? So I make, after I go through and do all my stuff and, you know, create, learn. Okay, fascinated, it's perfect. I'm glad that we're all entertained here. So after I go through, here's let me take you through this, okay? So if you're just joining us here, so if you go, so I hypothesized a missing particle in physics called an infoton, okay? After learning that information has mass. So when you go on to Infoton, I can't scroll out of here, so yes, welcome. Okay, so after learning information has mass, I went and I started looking for, like, what is this infomass particle? And then I didn't find one. So I didn't find an infomass particle. I didn't find an infomass field. So I hypothesized that there was a particle in a field. And like this all relates to neuroscience, brain-computer interfaces. Good. I'm glad, Holocron, that you get more and more out of every life. So I go through, and now you're coming in. This is a long time. I mean, I probably hypothesized this back in I don't. This is like 2024. Okay. And so over time, started finding the equations for it, started using the equations, because if the maths, you can program it in computers. And so I'm essentially a technologist. So a neuroscientist of information physics, like a neurophysicist, but it's specifically the intersection of where the brain and technology is, right? And so, it was just like a really weird identity space. And the identity technologies are my technologies that got misused and abused and weaponized against you. And so my goal here, what Infoton actually does, is it gives me the technology and the capability to give you back your information. So from these data centers, everything like that, we don't need data center scaling. We don't need nuclear reactors for data centers. The data centers don't need water. We essentially have an equation. Okay, we've had this equation for a long time. And inside of this equation, when we follow the laws of the universe, then we essentially bring down our energy usage to a precise state. So we're not being wasteful anymore. And one of the things that drives us having to work nonstop hours, late hours, that takes away from our funding, it takes away from our repositories. It takes away from all of our, everything. So first of all, we're mining our energy. Okay. And energy. So money seen as money that can be taken away. But I want you to switch out of this money concept, because money is a weird word. And I want you to think energy. Okay. Or information energy. So essentially, if your energy is seen, that's something that can be taken away. And so you essentially make it seen, and then you have people like Elon Musk come in, and he's like, "Yoink, I'm going to take this, and we're going to get that trillion dollars back for you." What he did there that's not okay. Bring him to me, okay? Elon Musk he's in my sphere. Okay, we're 1 degree of separation away. Somebody in here has to have Elon Musk, and bring him to me. I want to have a conversation with this man. He's not going off planet at all. Okay, he's coming out to Salt Lake City, Utah, and you guys are going to bring him up to the Capitol, and we're going to have a full-on conversation. It's going to be an open to the public event. If I have to, I'll have it outside. I mean, it would be nice to have it outside. But we're going to have a conversation here. We're done. I'm so sick and tired of this stuff. So your energy can be taken away if it's seen. Okay. And because we're burning through energy, it doesn't matter if he listens to women. I'm the Planetary Information Security Officer. He will adhere to the laws of the universe. For whatever reason, what was happening over here in this corner of the universe was so bad that I was summoned and created and experienced and went through this entire life experience so I could bring you this graviton and this information so that you all could be here today, because there's something special about every single one of you that's in this live. Okay? I don't know what it is. You know what it is, though. Okay? So you are here. There is something extraordinary and incredible and wonderful about you that you get to be here and sharing this moment with me. It's not like all about me. It's us. Okay. You are at the beginning of the humanity. You are first. You're going through this transition with me into whatever it is that we're going into next, because all of this stuff, like the United States is broken. People are taking all of your energy. They're indenturing you into slavery. And then they're saying, we're going to go off planet and leave you guys behind and bake the planet to a crisp while essentially connecting like nuclear. We're going to strap it with nuclear bombs, thinking that we can get away and like just go throughout the universe and not have any consequence, when it's like, hey, wait a minute, we are all entangled here, and there is no human existence without Earth. There is no Mars without Earth. That's just the way that it is. Right? Yeah, bring Elon to me. I want to have a conversation with him. I'm done. Okay, go get him. Do not let him escape in his little rocket ship off planet. That is going to make me so annoyed. So, and besides, the stuff that he needs for his little space technology is the Infoton anyways, right? Because the same technology that lets you essentially turn Mars into a Earth is the same technology that heals Earth. And that's what we're talking about here. So essentially, when I was analyzing, these nuclear reactors, right? Because we have this equation with Landauer that's E equals KBTLN2, and I'll pull it up on the other screen here in just a minute. So how do we hide our energy within the Infoton information? You don't mine the energy in the first place. So it brings it down to precision energy, and when it's precise, you're not putting it out there for the universe to take away and for plasma to appear and all of this stuff, okay? Your little things that are flying through the air, you're not going to... Scary things are happening, okay? They're doing really scary things with energy. Instead of being precise, they're just cranking on that energy to full blast and going like... So much so that they're like folding space-time, okay? It's really terrifying what's happening. It makes me cry. It makes me cry. It makes me cry, okay? I've cried a lot for humanity. So I was analyzing these nuclear reactors at Landauer because essentially what happened is, we're going to move on to the next page. So I created this page so that you could follow along with the open repository of information. I intentionally dropped this information into CERN. Some people give me a hard time and say, "Oh, you just you don't want to be peer reviewed." It's like no. I put my knowledge into an open repository, so there was no paywall whatsoever. So every single person in here could come and look at my math and say, "Hey, do we see any errors here?" That is not the same as what the accusations are. And so what I did is I came in here. Yes, very unique, very unique. So I put all my papers in here. This one is the Infoton, essentially saying that at this mass information equivalence, and then I create tools. So if you're not like mathematically inclined or, haunted by geometries in your sleep or dream in mathematics and dream in this like space. Yeah. So I did not put any of this behind a paywall. None of this is behind a paywall. Now I'm working on doing an actual publishing of a journal for you. I want to essentially get as many papers as I can done by August so that I can get them out for you by Christmas. Okay. And, if there's like enough time, if we can set this up correctly, then maybe I can sign it. I don't know so I have the Book of the Bees, I have January in physics, and then I have this Infoton P30 update that I'm racing to get toward you guys, and then I have the virtual cell, and now you guys want the microfluidics too, the on-the-spot healthcare testing. So we're doing it for STDs, but really you could do it for pretty much any disease. So it all comes full circle. So this is in, so what you do is you go to infoton.ai and you click on learn. Okay. And that'll take you to this little place here. Right. And so this first paper is 2 pages. Okay. I'm not giving you massive peer review pages to go through. This first paper is 2 pages. Very basic. Okay. How can I work with you on your projects? Send me an email. So part of this Infoton thing, okay, is the technology essentially is a transition from where we are in our current byte technology into quantum technology. And I'll show you how this works. So I'll take you through it. My goal is to have the Book of the Bees done by the end of the month. Okay. So to come in here, okay, so I'm just going to flip back over here. Just so you know, OrcID is, this is like where researchers, researchers, I control me. Dobby is a free elf, you guys. Dobby is a free elf. Okay, I was given a sock. All right. What's your email? So it's just January@infoton.ai. And I do my best to go through my emails once a day. Okay, but sometimes I get a little behind here. Anyways, so you come over to, well, actually, let me take you through Learn just a little bit more here. So I have some of my stuff in here, right? So I have some of my papers, but you'll notice that I also have links to other things in here. So I have the physics of information creation. So this one brings you to information philosophy, where you can read through all of these information physicists and you can see everything that they did in here. What do you want from life? I want world peace. I want snow. I want the snow to return. I don't want homelessness anymore. I want you guys all to be, I want all the problems to just like stop. Okay. I want to be able to give you everything that you need so that I can stop stressing out about all of you and how you're taken care of. And like, it stresses me out. It seriously stresses me out all the time. So Infoton.ai. Okay. So here's one group. I'm just going to close out of some of this. It's kind of getting a little busy for me here. So let's just click. Okay. So this one talks about how like people want to know my link into cancer, right? And so just so you know, thank you for being with me on this. Thank you for sticking around. I know that this is like some tough topics here. We're talking about philosophy. We're talking about religion. We're talking about Jesus. We're talking about like Roman Jesus. We're talking about prime numbers. We're talking about quantum physics. We're talking about STDs. Like, I mean, we're like my background, who I am, what's going on here. Harry Potter, right? Like, you guys all wondered like where your invitation to Hogwarts is. Congratulations, you made it. Okay. I'm glad that you guys made it for the campfire talk. So this guy right here, he does a really good job of explaining, and you'll notice this. See how he has prime states and quantum lab, prime numbers, right? So I'm taking you through these things, primordial, right? Prime number. Anyways, just a lot of interesting things. So he summarizes this so well. This is really, and so this is where like my background comes in. Okay. Mathematically speaking, cancer is represented by unseen mathematical objects called hash functions. The theory behind hash functions describes all possible cases of cryptographic indifferentiability and the fundamental characteristics known as collision resistance. Okay. How are primes important here? Yeah, prime numbers, like pay attention in your number theory class next semester. Okay. You're probably going to blow their little minds with what I'm going to show you here today. Very, very important. So that's a piece from him. You know, this one is talking about entropy, spotting malware in plain sight, right? So when we talk about like entropic weapons of mass destruction, or hey, you're turning the earth into a thermodynamic hell, this is a great little report that you can come in, read about. Okay, so we have that. Prime states and its quantum relative. So answering your next question here. So this is another great, so this math guy, okay, and I haven't told you everything that he gave me, but, or everything we discussed, or all the thoughts that came from that, but he gave me 2 papers, okay, and I have both links of them in here, but I'm going to show you this really quick, okay, so prime states and its quantum relatives. So prime quantum, okay. Counting primes using entropy. Entropy, energy, time, quantum, energy, time, quantum, primes. Okay. So that's what we have going on here. And this, the main thing that you need to remember from here is this right here. See that 30? Wait. Apparently we need to pause here. Okay? We need to pause here. You guys, do not interrupt my planetary meeting. Okay? You may have planetary participation, but do not interrupt the planetary meeting. If you keep interrupting the planetary meeting, then you won't be able to participate. Do you understand? This is very serious here. We are talking about essentially the knowledge that you guys need to have in order for us to be able to fix these data centers so that we don't install nuclear reactors in the middle of the water supply for 50 million people and evaporate the remaining water away. And so we don't install nuclear reactors on a fault line where the nuclear reactors, the maximum capability of the nuclear reactors is a 6.38 magnitude earthquake, and the location they selected has never had anything less than a 6.75 in its entire paleontological history. And nobody checked. The U.S. government didn't check. The state government didn't check. None of these groups checked. The corporations didn't check. The technocrats didn't check. Everybody, the nuclear people didn't check. You just kept going around saying the word safe, 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 which was my alarm. Why do you guys keep saying the word safe? And why is it when I ask questions? Because I'm just curious, not because I'm out to get you, okay? Not because I'm out to get you, because I just wanted to know, because I like knowledge. And instead of giving me the knowledge that I asked for, what did you do? You deflected. You didn't answer my questions. You said you have to get an attorney to get that information. You put up a grandma. Why are you hiding behind attorneys if your stuff is safe? Okay. You went in front of Congress, right? These guys went in front of Congress. What is Teddy's last name? At the Department of Energy, nuclear, whatever it is. And essentially went in front of Congress so that they would have us there and say safe, safe, safe. Like, why are you saying safe? Okay, I don't like it when it's not Teddy Roosevelt, Teddy Department of Nuclear Energy. Garish, this guy, okay? So this guy goes up and says, safe, 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 because it's safe. That was your answer. This guy's an attorney, okay? And you aren't listening. So when a cybersecurity person asks you a question, you answer the question. You do not deflect. You do not try and run away. You don't play politics. You don't play bureaucracy. You don't do anything. If an information security officer is showing up, you answer the question, because when you come underneath the ire of a cybersecurity officer, oh man, you summon the Planetary Information Security Officer. That's what happens. That's what happens. There's an existing and cognitive dissonance. There's a lot of lies that people have told themselves over decades. And it's a problem now. So do not turn on nuclear. Stop turning on nuclear. Stop building the data centers. Perform the Infoton update. We'll get to what that is, okay? So let's get back to these prime numbers, okay? So for us to go through here, it's really important. So remember this 30 number here, okay? So we have that 30 number, and then we talked about the primes using entropy. I'm not going to pull that one up. And then this one I thought was another interesting article. This place, they have... You're going to like this, the alien people, the alien crowd. This is above the norm news. So weirdly, this guy out of nowhere, I came across him in the blockchain world when I was on my first congressional campaign, but he's not going to like that I'm telling you this. I don't really care. What I'm going to do is I might put this live up. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Galaxy, by the way. That's very kind of you. Very sweet. Thank you for all of your gifts. Thank you for the cats. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you for the heart me's. Thank you for the love you so much. I love you guys so much. You guys, you're going to be great. Humanity's going to be fine here, okay? Sometimes I go through my own panic moments where I'm like, what are you all doing? Somebody gave me a dolphin. This is kind. This is really, really, really kind. Boxing gloves, goat. Thank you. The roses. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for smashing the like buttons. Thank you for the donuts. Thank you for everything. Okay. All right. So this guy reaches out to me and he's like, hey, we want to use your quantum energy detecting technologies to essentially find these aliens in outer space. And what you'll get out of it is you'll get some, a massive chunk of land in Colorado, access to all the like tools and everything that you need, funding, full funding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Stuff like that. And he brings up the atomics. He brings up ripping open space-time, all of these things. And so I'm trying to have a conversation with him. And one of the things that he asks me, hold on, let me see if I can find like verbatim what he said. It was kind of a weird conversation. It was weird. He said a lot of weird things. Okay, so he said a lot of weird things. So he's like, when they ripped in open space-time, they let in the UFOs. Here's one of the things he asked me. He said, what dimension are you from? What do you think is happening with CERN? They ripped open space-time. So I installed some antivirus into their machine, so we'll see what happens there. Okay, so brings up math a lot. Brings up a lot of weird things. Lots of weird things. And then he starts like testing me. Yes, I installed an antivirus into CERN. You can read about it in one of these papers because that open repository is CERN's open repository. Okay, so not Russian, not trying to seduce me, lots of math talk and virtue signaling of altruistic ideas, not CIA, says she's sovereign from Utah, possibly Mormon, which explains the math and science enthusiasm. This is this person. Okay, I don't know. These are the types of people. Anyways, so this is one of the websites that he liked. Okay. And so there's some really interesting things that flow through this website, but it shows how our universe is connected to mathematics. And this is holography. So you can come in here and you can read about it. Just kind of some interesting stuff. Okay. So I include that in here. That's probably the least quote unquote serious link here. But I also include an article to science.org where you can actually read the full paper. I just was like, maybe somebody needs a non-math paper to link into before they really like dig in here. Okay, so this is where you can go to learn about, if you want to read the papers, you can access the my work in CERN's open repository. And then here's some of the ones that are pertinent, both from me and other people. Okay, so what I did for these papers, because I assume that not everybody knows how to read them, is I created interactive visualizations of these particles within space-time. Okay, so this one right here is the quantum model of standard particles. When you come in here, you can click on any particle and it'll fly to that particle, right? So particle, antiparticle. And how you know this math is correct here, okay? The question, where do we fit the math of time? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here, okay? So when you come in here, there's this thing called Lorentz. So how do you know that I'm not just giving you like BS math? Okay, you guys, I don't do relationships. Any complaints that you have, take up with Dr. Toby Larson. Okay, any complaints, take them to Dr. Toby on the topic. So with math, essentially there was like this stuff with the ether. It's a whole story here. I might write a paper on it. Actually, I kind of had one that was in progress discussing this. But if you can do a Lorentz boost, this essentially means, okay, your equation is like, this is just one way that your equation is correct. Okay. And we have a Discord too, so you can join the Discord and check things out. Anyway, so the Lorentz boost is one. Now the Lorentz boost in this thing called Dirac is not supposed to be, yeah, that's what we're talking about, is ZPE, okay? So, because you guys were crying about ZPE too, right? So ZPE, the cure to cancer, what else were you crying about? Many things. It's all in this same mathematical space. The graviton, Like it's all the same thing, like your Jesus figure, right? Like you're like, God, come save us, right? So it's all within this like full on space. Why are you crying? Is this happy cry? Is this sad cry? What's going on here? Anyways, so if you have, so what you guys call antiparticles are conjugates, okay? So let me just zoom out here so you can see this. So the antiparticles are conjugates. And this conjugate space is is Derek, okay? So it's Derek here. So Lorentz and Derek is not supposed to match up the same, but it does through, yes, this is, but it's January's tech. You can call it Tesla, right? But yeah, you don't need the nuclear reactors. This is the technology that I'm giving you, okay? So these two equations are not supposed to match up, but they do through this mathematics equation that I'm showing you here. Okay, so and then see how these are 3D. Okay, so I have a 2D one. People really haven't been able to break that. Penguin is super cool. Thank you so much. Thank you for the little money gun too. That's very kind. The likes are kind. Your engagement is kind. Your comments are kind. Thank you. So it's really hard to bring anything out of a 2D space and add geometry to it. But I was able to add geometry and have it work with Minkowski and Mobius as well. The boost doesn't break the line. Who man being? That's a good question. It's supposed to break. It doesn't break the line. The line does not break. Okay, look at this. All right. That's exactly what I just said. Yeah, you're right. So look, the line stays together. It doesn't break. Now, keep in mind, I'm actually designing these computers here, right? So there's computational quantum design going in here. So pushing it to 95 is actually a problem. Down here, inside of the prime number model, because this one is actual architecture, right? So this is building quantum computers. This is baseline product management that we have. In here, you'll notice that I actually add boundaries, right? So if decoherence starts to get touched, and there's tons of mathematical equations around this. This one is the Lamb-Dickey decoherence. And then as soon as you reach like the Landauer wall, there's math here, okay? So, and this one is a little bit different in here. Let me show you this. So this one moves differently, okay? I swear I'm still sleeping at 3 a.m. Fascinating diagram. Yes, it is. Come in here and play around. That one I didn't publish the paper for because this one's a patent, but I wanted you guys to be able to see it, okay? Because there's a lot of stuff that goes into this. This is not just like, oh, anybody can just come in here and do these prime numbers and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. No. No. This took years of study, years of development, years of understanding, years. I spent years of my life on this, okay? Why does it look like a spiral? Because information has mass. So this is the mass of prime qubits. MPQ is the mass of prime qubits. And I'll explain this Landauer's equation to you here, okay? But when you have these prime numbers that get heavier, they essentially naturally start to create a very fascinating structure. Very fascinating structure. This one is the Archimedean spiral is what it gives you here. DNA, yeah, just some very interesting things here. Mind blown. These are in our prime numbers. People thought that prime numbers didn't have a pattern, but they do have a pattern. They do have predictability. They are connected into quantum. And then, like I showed you here, I got keys, okay? So let me say this again. Tell your bank accounts to perform my update. Otherwise, when the time comes, people will just be able to crack in and steal all of your money. I'm not kidding. I'm done messing around. I've been talking to the banks for like a year now. Okay? Tell them to cooperate. Tell them to contact me. I'll bring my attorney in, and we will do this essentially the right way. And if they refuse, they will disappear. They will become. Hold on a second here. You do not get to come and interrupt the planetary meeting, okay? Can you use to give me my verbiage with the bank manager? Suggestions, you guys. I'm open to suggestions, okay? I'm open to suggestions. I'm open to suggestions. What do you think that we should be telling the bank managers? Oh, by the way, somebody showed us a pattern within the prime numbers, which is the systems that you create. And they showed us where the keys were to start unlocking the bank accounts and stuff. They haven't released the math for it, but they did take, they did show us where they were. I mean, these numbers, I condensed it quite a bit here. They go way, way, way down, right? So let's go here. Dun, 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 dun. They go way down, way, way further down, but I condensed their visual here. I want to be actionable. Neurospace, are you a, yeah. What can we use it for? Snow? We can essentially cool the planet with this technology. So I'll take you through that in a little bit here. So we have the standard model of particles here. I show you where the graviton is. Thank you so much for your kindness. Like, I really appreciate your little gifts. They're cute. They're cute when they pull up on screen, okay? So this matches Hawking's equation. You can do Hawking's in here. You can do, I mean, like pretty much every single thing works in this equation. So I'm going to take you through what it is really quick, all right? So we all know Einstein, and this equation right here is a little bit longer in all actuality, but we all know E equals mc squared, okay? What we don't know is this E equals kBT ln2. All right? So this equation, for whatever reason, was not taught to, it was not taught to like engineers. There are developers that went through 30 years of their entire career and never learned this equation. I wasn't taught this equation. And I was building these technologies and stuff. I didn't learn this until after I had hit like this point where it's like, what in the world is going on? I am being asked to do like everybody is coming to me with questions and nobody has any answers. I talked to physicists. I went over to the University of Utah and was trying to talk to them, and I did a whole whiteboard session over replicating like a conversation. Okay, so we have one engineer that learned. Congratulations. Most engineers that come in here say they didn't learn it. So we had a whiteboarding session, and I replicated it for this physicist, and he just did not, like, same thing, because astrophysics is not information physics. Okay? Oh, poor Zach. You don't like these claims? I just showed you a working user interface with software code and papers and everything. Don't interrupt my planetary meeting. Do you want to be in here or not? Not. Okay. So, all right. So coming back here, so what this guy Landauer did, and this is a peer-reviewed equation, right? So I'm going to show you with the exception of the P. So the P is a 2, right? So the mass of Boltzmann's, so essentially if you combine these and solve for mass, which is in that Infoton paper, okay? So the mass of information is what this is. That's what's being calculated out here. The mass energy information equivalence, and this is a guy named Melvin Vopson. Okay, so you can come read his papers here. I cite him in pretty much all my work. Does it act like a quantum heat sink? Can you define what it is? Hold on here. Okay, so he comes in here and he essentially explains what he did with this equation. Okay, so E equals E. E equals E, logarithmic Schrodinger spin constant. I haven't looked at the Schrodinger part of the mathematic equation, so I can't answer that for you. But logarithmic spin constant for sure, yes. So E equals E, and E equals KBT. So let's go back. Let me be more specific here. So there's this guy. Well, let's go back to the atomics. Okay, so when we did the atomics, our math was wrong. Okay, all we had in the atomics was this section right here, E equals KBT. That's all we had in the atomics. And this guy, I'm going to say his name wrong, Slizzard Atomics, chain reaction. Sizzler. Okay, I messed it up. I'm sorry. So he hypothesized if we set off the atomics that it would cause a chain reaction, and it did. Okay, that's what you guys are going through right now, is you're going through this chain reaction. And essentially, we know this, and I think I've shown this before, atomic chain reaction. There's a whole... What was that website that I took you guys to? Atomic. What is up with these spiders today? Is it this one? No. Let's not do that. I don't like that website. Okay. I'm having a hard time remembering where I took you. Anyways, so there's a map that shows all of the I think it's called nuclear bomb map. Show you guys all my history. That's a danger here. Then I'll share with you my secrets. Okay, we can come back to that, okay? So it essentially shows how, like, we didn't just set off one, we just keep setting off nukes, right? The bit is an atomic technology, all of this stuff. And so we essentially did our math wrong, okay? So the worry was, if we did the equation wrong, do we set off a chain reaction? What happened is yes, okay? And then that was in the 1940s. So that's 1945. They checked their math. They said, okay, whatever. You had all of these scientists say, no. Like a massive group of scientists got together and said, do not drop the atomic. Do not drop it on Hiroshima. Do not drop it on Nagasaki. And the general essentially, he just like swept them out of the way, essentially created like a siphon of information around the president. And then this team that was building it, was like pushing the president, drop the bomb, right? And so that's what happened here in our history, even though you had all of these scientists saying, don't drop it. And so what happened, General Grove, is that his name? Yeah, that might've been General Grove. Do I sleep? Yeah, I sleep. So, I mean, look at me, right? Okay. So anyways, so we didn't find out this Landauer equation until 1961. Okay. So this guy named Landauer discovered that information was connected to energy. And it's through this ln2 term. So he figured out this ln2. And 2 is a prime number, by the way. Okay. So he figured out this ln2 term. Sorry, I went biking earlier today. I just felt it. Let me drink a little bit of water here. Yeah, I got to do some stretches. It was a nice long bike ride. It was a really wonderful bike ride. I had a great time. Anyway, so we didn't find this equation out until 1961. So that's 1945 to 1961, right? And what happened is instead of being like, oh, this equation applies to all energy that has KBT, they're like, oh, that's just a computer. That's just a computer thing. That's not all of us. That's just a computer. Right. 1945 to 1961, natural logarithm. So instead of updating our nuclear equation as well, that's in all of our nuclear reactors, if you go and you look in the nuclear reactors and stuff, they only have this KBT. So the math is wrong in our nuclear reactors. And that's super important because we still experience like borderline issues all the time with these nuclear reactors. Borderline issues all the time. And it all links into our computers and this equation and Landauer and everything. Right. They say it's safe, but I mean, we've had some pretty close calls. And I outlined this in this Chernobyl paper. If you go into my org ID, you click on that learn link, go to the CERN repository, you'll see it in there. Right. And anyway, so E equals E. Okay. So this is basic algebra. Have you guys all had basic algebra? Right. Basic algebra. You went through algebra. How many people here have gone through algebra? At some point, right? We got some hands. Yes, yes, yes. Good. I'm glad that you got your algebra in. Okay, so this is basic algebra. So you have in algebra like y equals mx plus b and x equals this number. That's essentially what's happening here. So E equals E, okay? E equals E. Good. I'm glad that you guys all went through this. So E equals E, and because E equals E, you can set E equals MC squared to E equals KBTLN2. And then you solve for mass. So you wiggle it around, you know, move it around like a Rubik's Cube, okay? And then I put P, yeah, the slope of a line. So then I put P in here for prime numbers because 2 is a prime number. And prime numbers is connected to quantum. And then you can see this ket notation. This is called ket notation. Okay, ket. K-E-T. All right. So what was really interesting about this Infoton, and I called, instead of the mass information equivalence, I hypothesized that at this lowest temperature, which they say is 300 K, that this was a particle, the Infoton particle. And this is that 2-page paper here. And I go through the math. You can see it's 3 lines here, okay? Very basic stuff. And I even math it out for you. You can check it with the calculator. A lot of people checked it with calculators. It equals, okay? So I essentially am like, okay, here, there's a missing particle in physics here. This is January, so this is infoton.ai. And you can click on January in physics. I have the link here. I have it in my org ID here. I have it under learn. I have it on the first page on the landing page. Okay, so when you first come in here and you land, it's this first little citation here. Okay. And then this line, I call it the Infoton identity. All right. There's some really interesting stuff in this paper. But so essentially, if something has mass, right? If information has mass, or like the periodic table, because it has mass, I was able to map the mass in an atomic level to Infoton space, right? And I tested it at the same Lorentz boost, right? So you can see how it moves with the Lorentz boost. I didn't do conjugates though on this one. I don't think I did. Did I do conjugates? No. Oh, and then here's another thing that you guys will find interesting. I did put shells on here, so you can actually see these shells. I mean, this is like really excellent product management, mathematics, like just great stuff here. Just great stuff. Very cool. Come in here, play. You're going to love it, right? We got our vectors, everything. Okay. Yeah. Groundbreaking. Okay. And you can turn these off. You can turn them on individually, right? You can test it out. So on, off, you can isolate a single particle if you just wanted to learn about, say, like the neutrino. Oh, where's my boost? Sorry. Let me bring this back down here. So if you want to look at the boost, you can essentially mouse over it, right? Yeah. And so this is in a matrix. Okay, so I actually mapped it to a 4D dimensional matrix. Okay. You don't donate because I'm smart, but because I'm relatable. Thank you. Yeah, at the end of the day, I am human. Okay. Or am I? I'm kidding. That's terrible. I shouldn't do that to you guys. Okay. So what's interesting about this mitochondria equation? So people talk about like cancer. Hey, what's going on with this cancer? So the holy grail in medicine is this virtual cell. So we have a holy grail in physics. I showed you the holy grail in physics with the virtual mitochondria. I'm showing you the holy grail in tech bio, and it's this heartbeat of a mitochondria. So what I wanted to figure out is if I could crack the cryptography of energy, right? How do I crack the cryptography of energy below what it currently is? Thank you. And what I found is some interesting stuff where you have this electron charge, and this mitochondria membrane potential is essentially MV. So E is actually E of MV, and then you got this little H bar. So this is like Planck constant frequency, because the mitochondria have frequency in them. And I came across this. Let me see if I can find it for you and just share. Because this is another really great piece of information. This is another great demo. You're going to love this. Give me just a second here. Mighty mitochondrion. All right, where's my screenshot? We got the screenshot. We have... Where's my demo video? Not that one, not that one, not that one. Where is it? Hold on just a minute here. Here we go. All right, found it. Okay. Let me pull it up on screen. We're going to do an ad source here. All right, we're going to do a window capture, and I'm going to do an add window capture, select cursor. Okay. QuickTime, mitochondria. Okay, so this is from a research lab called the Picard Lab. Okay. From two really excellent researchers, okay? So this one is from, let me see if I can make this a little bit smaller so we can see like the full thing here. Okay, so this is actually inside of your mitochondria. So the article is fantastic. Their research is fantastic. Like, please, 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 please give them, like, just how wonderful to bring us such a creation. And by the way, these spirals, they were coming out in all of my research. Where's my book? Here we are. So these spirals just kept coming out of my research everywhere. Let me see if I have one for it to just show you really quick. So this is one. This is in plasma. And then this one is in, like, when does something start to collapse? Right? Yeah. Don't forget to mention Neuroscience J. Murugan. She's really brilliant too. Worth a follow. Like, both of them are. Right? Really, like, brilliant people. And they studied the mitochondria, the energy of the mitochondria. I haven't had a chance to fully go through and, like, map out some of this math. But let me show you what's happening here. Okay, let me see if I can... So I'm going to press play. All right, you all ready? The energy in your mitochondria swirls around. It's plasma, you guys. I don't know what you just called it. Don't say that again. Do not ever defile my work. I don't appreciate that. I'm bringing you beautiful things of world peace. Don't defile my stuff. So the energy circles around inside of your mitochondria. And this is really kind of hard to see here, but it actually gets like closer to the middle. So it starts to swirl back within the mitochondria. All right. I need to stand up for just a second. Actually, I need to give you something to look at here. Let me just stand up for a second. I'm sorry. This is kind of a late session here. Okay. Make sure that you guys are stretching too. Okay, thanks for waiting. So this is inside of the mitochondria, okay? So what I'm showing you is there's actually energy, because there's information, you can see the information, there's energy, there's frequency, there's, I'm going to take you through it, okay? So the big thing is you saw it move in a circle, okay? All right, let me close out of this. I'm just going to go ahead and hide. Okay. Not that one. Where are we? Not this one. Where's my mitochondria paper? Oh, it's on. I'm sorry here. Okay, here we are. So we have angular frequency. And so I took the body temperature of 37 degrees Celsius. And I go through and I just calculate. You can watch this step by step by step. Right. You can check my math. Get out your calculator. If you don't have a calculator, make sure that you got one, right? You're going to need one of these things for all the work that we're going to do. There's plenty of jobs here, by the way. There's like a whole $1 trillion, more than $1 trillion economy. This is like probably more like a $quadrillion economy. But so what I found is at the body temperature, and so we have the 360, because, it cycles, 2.5 radians, spans a circle, right? And what I found is that it brings me to the frequency. So I said this is essentially the frequency of a healthy mitochondria. Okay. Now, my friend last year, she was really sick. She had pancreatic cancer. And when I found some of these when I found this article right here, thank you so much. This is Krista Lee, right? I am so heartbroken about Krista Lee. Her death was preventable with this technology, and that, like, not just hers, but everybody's. 7.7 million people, you guys, because we couldn't get our act together, right? That stuff hurts. That really hurts. So we have these oscillations, right? And then I found this paper that shows that they were healing. Yeah, Krista Lee Cray. I still can't read her obituary. I can't do it. Look at this. She's right here. That we have all of this information because of Krista Lee. Okay? She's my friend. We would travel together. She invited me out all the time, and I was always busy working. Don't you dare say that about no one knows her. She's right here. Don't do that to me. Okay? That's a cruelty. This guy that kind of stuck to me in politics, I told you guys about politics, at the beginning of this, and he said that Krista Lee Cray was AI generated. My friend. So here you can see, hold on a second here. You don't need to see all these messages. Okay. Don't do that, you guys. I don't know why you guys are acting this way. Anyways. Calling my friend, seeing my friend called AI by this guy that I've been trying to get away from, and that like orchestrated this social engineering attack was like one of the worst things ever. You'll make me cry. Let's not. So because Krista Lee Cray got cancer, that's why I started looking at this, okay? And so we have this quantum equation because of her. And as soon as I got this frequency, as soon as I confirmed the frequency, that was when I made that video. That was when I made the video. Thank you guys. Social engineering. Yeah, I had a Politico, right? Anyways, so as soon as I had confirmed this frequency here, that's when I started like really hammering down on everybody. Everybody. Because I'm like, do not let my friend die. Do not let my friend die. I was all over the place. I was like running around. I was dragging the banks out into the public eye. I was, you know, like and that's when that like Charlie Kirk thing happened, because I essentially pointed and I said, you guys just manufactured a $730 billion rug pull from the US economy, right? You guys do not ever be cruel to Krista Lee. I'm serious. This is not an okay topic to do any of that stuff with. Anyways, so I just started, you know, NVIDIA yanking all these virtual cells, going after, you know, like Zuckerberg, like everybody. Okay. And I did everything. I fought for her. And so we have this because of her. And so essentially what I show you here, I know that was a long roundabout way. It takes me a long time to get through that emotional stuff here. But I show you how wavelength is connected to temperature, or the frequency is connected to wavelength, and the wavelength is connected to temperature. And I thought that this is actually where I was wrong until I found a paper that said that there's a bath. Okay. And so you can read what it says on that, and that linked me to the information mass. So we actually have the Infoton, the mass energy information equivalence, the Infoton inside of a mitochondria. Yeah, thank you so much. She's my friend. Crystal was always kind to me, no matter what. She never gave me a hard time. I don't know what a right-hand rule is. Okay, so coming into this next part, okay, so back to January in physics. I'm going to close out of this. I hope that makes sense. Like, essentially, if the infoton, right, if information has mass and it's present inside of the mitochondria, that essentially shows that it's in quantum physics. And then I added prime numbers because of that too, right? And so I show you how, like, none of these equations would work. The equations would break. Okay, so from that frequency, so that mitochondria frequency, I then, because color is a frequency, so I started mapping out the information mass of color, and that's how I plucked up the graviton. So in that information mass color one, you can actually see the graviton. But let's keep going here, okay, because I want to get to the infoton P30. So I've shown you that we essentially have this infoton equation, right? So inside of this infoton equation for so mass of prime qubits. I didn't take physics in school. So I was privately taught, and then everything else I learned independently and derived independently to essentially find brain computer interfaces. So your training is different from mine. Okay? I'm haunted by numbers. I just showed you electromagnetism. Just because I don't know what did you call it? Don't troll me. Don't troll me. Don't troll me, Davey. Okay, moving on here. So because these prime numbers, okay, let me be more clear here, okay? So, I come from religion, all right? When you guys were taking like physics and science classes in high school, I was taking religious classes. Everything that I know is because I wanted to learn it. And because I was willing to learn what other people were not. When did we get all these trolls in here? Okay. All right. So I'm sharing with you essentially patented technology. Okay. This is the user interface for the tech that we have. Okay. So if you come in here, okay, I didn't know. So a math guy taught me this. Okay. Let me find it here. So there's this guy. I protect Earth. I protect the planets. Okay. All right. Focus, everybody. We're having a planetary meeting here. Okay, so this guy, he runs a top secret math group, and he used to work up at the University of Utah working on their cancer projects. He was an engineer. He calls himself a mathematical chemist. So when he gave me those two papers, right, the massive prime states and its quantum relatives, and then counting primes using entropy. Okay, so remember these two papers from earlier? When he gave me these two papers and he showed me a new cryptography method, he gave me this prime periodic table. Okay. And what he showed me, and that I didn't know, is that there was predictability in prime numbers. Okay, so after 2, 3, 5, so 2 times 3 is 6, 6 times 5 is 30, P30. Okay, every single prime number falls in one of these 8 columns here, right? And then the keys are in the desert. So that's what I showed you in that other space. Okay, so the keys are in the deserts, right? And I created my stuff before finding, I didn't realize that this guy I only found this guy like 2 weeks ago maybe. Okay, so what we have here, okay, so I'm just going to do all off. And let me just clear this out just a little bit so you can kind of see what's going on here. I like this song. Okay. That looks good. Did you make the interface? You can see my original here. Okay, so after this one, turned it into a clock, right? So this is the one that I drew. So this is in the Book of the Bees, okay? So this is the one. Okay. So yeah, I essentially designed it, gave it the math and everything, gave it the color stuff, and then just prompted through the rest of it because it's like a little developer. And then customized the HTML just a little bit past that to make it just a bit more ideal. But yes, this is all custom code. I'm currently working on like a custom space, a custom calculator kind of for all of you to play within. So what we have here, so we have 2, 3, 5, I showed you that, and 2 and 3, these ones are prime pairs, okay? 2 and 3, 2 times 3 equals 6, which is a primordial, okay? Now, 3 and 5 are twin primes, 5 and 7 are twin primes, all 3 together are triprimes. This 2, 3, 5 is your Q for the architecture, and then you have single. So something that's really interesting here, let me take you through a little bit more of this. So on that other guy's, I thought it was really interesting that he started on 1. So if you look here, you can see that he starts on 1. Okay. And he does this like circle thing. Okay. Mine's different here because we're actually building the architecture for quantum computing. So this is the quantum computer that I'm going to build for you guys. All right. Sorry. I need to improve this just a smidge. So what you'll notice, hold on a second here. Why is this giving me a hard time? Tilt. Hold on. Orbit. Okay, good enough. So we have 7 and 23, 30. Boom. Okay, so also along the line of symmetry, 11, 19, 30. 13, 17, 30. Okay, and this is the period center, and this is the actual center. And you'll notice that 17 and 19 are twin primes, 11 and 13 are twin primes. So it's just like, yeah, 30, 30, 30. Okay. So what I found is because it's a massive prime, so because I'm looking at prime numbers, I'm like, where does this fit within this equation here, right? And so I'm like, well, that 2 number is a prime number. So I wonder what would happen if I did 2, 3, 7, 11, 13, 19, 31. And I'm like, okay, let's give it a go. And keep in mind, I put this into a matrix afterwards, right? You can see how I did this with these other ones. So plug it in. Let's see if I can do this for you here. Oh, shoot. Did my screen just freeze? Come on, you guys. There we go. Where is the 2? Give it just a second. Okay. Here we are. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, so we got 2. So I plot 2, plot 3, plot 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19. Okay, so it works. I'm like, all right, good. And then it also works on negatives, right? On the conjugates. So we don't really deal a lot with negatives and prime numbers, but it's just kind of interesting to see the mathematics all come together. And then I tested the shells as well. And I tested the boost. So the boost functions a little bit differently on this one. So it does the Dirac, it does the Minkowski, does the prime number. Like, I'm like, okay, this is actually like really, at this point I'm thinking I'm outdoing myself. Okay. So I'm doing something cool here. I'm like, okay, impressive. You did it. All right. So then what I do is I take all the prime numbers, and then this is where you can really see, thank you so much. This is where you can really see it come out. Digital roots of prime numbers. Maybe something to look at here, okay? So now you'll notice this guy. So this came out, they teach this at Cambridge, by the way. This is one of the topics that they have. This guy, he made this one in 2010. I think the first year he came out with it was like 1993 or something, or he said it came in a spot. You can read the page, right? I didn't cite him because he wasn't part of like this original space here. But so what I did is I started plotting all of the prime number masses. And what happened, yes, math is wild. And what happened is they started to move into this spiral, into these 8 areas here. And they created a rhythmic geometry, cryptographic numeric theory. Did you miss a lot? You missed enough. All right. So this to me looks like, I mean, this looks like a lot of things to me. Go ahead and drop in the chat what you think it is, and I'll read it off. Yeah, mind blown. Exactly. So they said prime numbers are connected to quantum. That's that's peer-reviewed, mathematically proven. Okay, the mass energy information equivalence is no, he works at Microsoft now, but they teach his stuff at Cambridge. And I don't know. I haven't gone through his stuff, to be honest. I just realized, oh, he already had this, and then I thought it was interesting because if you look at his numbers, where are his numbers? Where is it? So he put the bigger numbers on the outside. So he actually did it wrong. And I'm saying that like blatantly, right? So yeah, white hole, a galaxy, and this all, and I mean, imagine like these prime numbers, they say go on forever, right? So these are supposed to go way, way down here. And then that's when, so I have a methodology of producing keys. So cryptographic keys, finding keys in the deserts to start cracking these prime numbers. And this is important because this is how we're going to find these cures for diseases in biology, okay? Because remember, cancer is a disease of hashing and cryptographic hashing. I don't know. So just like a really fascinating thing here. So we have these prime numbers. I showed you that they fall within these 8 places every single time. So now let's get to the Infoton model. Yeah, so these keys are in the desert. So notice how they're in between. Let me see if I can zoom in here for you. Okay. See how okay, I'm struggling here. Let's try this again. I built this one wrong. I need to go back and fix this. Anyways, so see how we have this, is it called an isocohedron? And it's between this 5 and 7. So this is a little key that I have, okay? And I actually I don't show you what it is for a reason. Okay, but because it's between the prime numbers, that's in the desert. So remember that math guy with his top secret math group that they only let people in if they're 55 years age or older and they know enough math and blah, 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 blah. So notice how there's like actually a pattern between the cryptography between some of these twin primes, right? So here's a twin prime, here's some cryptography, there's some... So this is how isocohedron, is that how I say it? Anyways, so keep in mind I read papers, right? So I don't always know how to pronounce things just simply because I read papers. So all of these essentially allow me to, if I was malicious, obviously I'm not, but you can access anything with these little secrets here, okay? You can access secrets, you can start hacking cryptography, you can do all the things that you're not supposed to do with these little secrets. And part of the reason that I included them in this model, I don't want to say it was a threat. I don't think a threat is the best terminology here. But it was to show that there's something there that they didn't know was there before, right? All right. Okay, so let's go on to the Infoton P30. Burp, 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 the moment that you all have been waiting for, right? So why don't I release all the numbers, all the code, everything? Because some things you do not release to the world because we have these little threat actors. Like, I mean, you see them come in this chat and, you show them something beautiful and kind and wonderful and they just start being mean. All right, so here is the Infoton P30. So I showed you these prime numbers. Now, here's how a computer works. And this is really where you guys have to pay attention because this is how we're going to save the world. Okay? It's this right here. Thank you for following along with me this long. So inside of our computers, we have these things called bits. Okay? So the bit was first flipped with the Navy. So the U.S. Navy got together. This is called Operation Windlord Core Memory. Okay. So keep in mind the bit is it crawled out of the atomics projects. It crawled out of the Manhattan Project. So you have the bit system, you have the CERN, and you also have, nuclear energy, quote unquote, nuclear energy. Operation Windlord. Windlord is the one where they flew in the nuclear reactor on an airplane. This one is Whirlwind. And remember, information physics means something. Whirlwind core memory. Have you found that atoms and elements are built directly in prime number blueprint? Yes, because they're built on LN2. And that's at the information mass equivalency. That's essentially like, I guess you could say, the dimension that we exist within. That's at least the word I'm going to use. I might change that word later. Okay, so the U.S. Navy got together, right, with MIT, and they flipped this bit. So they started in like 1940. What year was it? Was it 49? I'm having a hard time finding here. 1947. And then they flipped it in 1954. And then after that, what they did is they handed it off to this company called IBM. So IBM is around today. Okay. This is a massive company. They have, thank you so much, by the way, for all the gifts. Thank you for that galaxy. Thank you for the heart me's. Like, I really love these little kind things that you do. The butterfly dances, the go populars, the TikToks, like hand hearts. Like, you guys are the best. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for being here. So IBM is around today, and they're a company that has about 300,000 employees. Okay. So and keep in mind, they control the baseline of the economy. So once they got this 0 and this 1 flip, so once they flipped the bit, instead of like throttling it, so if you come over here to the Great Salt Lake Act, you come down here, I try and give visuals for everything that I create so that you guys can see what's going on. So essentially, one bit, whether it's a 1 or a 0, it takes energy. And you have essentially a throttle on here, but people didn't realize that. And this throttle changes through code efficiency and it changes through hardware efficiency. So like with these nanomagnetic technologies, we can actually get close to Landauer's limit. The CPU that we have here is right about here. And then GPU, like this is like NVIDIA, they are just blasting off energy. My labor is your support. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Okay. So we are just blasting through energy. We have these little heat machines. We are not efficient. Like this is not high. It's kind of embarrassing, humanity. What we've done here is kind of embarrassing. Okay. We can do better. So they handed it off to IBM, and instead of, using that throttle or maybe even knowing about it, they package it into a pattern called a byte. So this is the 8-bit systems, like those little Mario systems and the early computers. And there were a lot of different types of packets. By the way, thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the galaxies. Thank you for the Go Populars. Thank you for the Heart Me's. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Truly. Thank you. Thank you. So yes, Boolean logic, correct. Okay. So we tried a bunch of different structures, and this is the one that we land on. And essentially every single, actually, I'm going to pause that. Let me reset. So I want to show you what one single, like if you do one word, even if you have only one bit flipped, it uses all 64. And then afterwards, because information is a state of matter and it changes, this is what Melvin Vopson, that physicist out of Portsmouth, says. We go through and we check the information. Now on the right-hand side here, you can see the amount of computations. So each one of those computations, they didn't know it at the time, but it costs energy. So that's what Landauer figured out in 1961. So they flipped it. So they made the bombs in 1945, or dropped the bombs in 1945. They flipped the bit in 1954, and then they didn't find out about this equation until 1961. And this is what's haunting us today. It's terribly inefficient, correct? Okay, so what I've done is this is working code, this is production level code, but this one is only at the software layer. We need to get down to the BIOS layer and the encoding layer. So for your computers to work on this system today, it'll first be an encoding layer update. And then as they build out, if they need to build out any more data centers, I don't really think that they do. It might be beneficial to just have one for us for this computer and everything that we're building here. Like specifically for that virtual cell that's energy precise, so that we're not, I hope it's a kind video, Jax. I really do hope it's kind. Okay. Okay. So this is our benchmark right here. Okay. Is this sentence. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to speed it up though. Okay. I was kind. It's doing really well. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Jax. So you can see how this encoding system actually goes through here. Okay, and it performs the check bits. It checks to make sure that all this data comes through properly, and it encodes it at the same time, and it's using all this storage space. This is like the 12.5% of your space that we can't access within our computers. They just say, oh, that just gets used. This is what's wearing down the RAM so quickly. This is what makes your computers get so hot, is having to do all these computations. And you can see how it actually creates all this heat. And that heat compromises the integrity of the data, which means that, the check bit system has to be there to essentially watch for anything that has a problem, right? RAM hungry spell check layer. That's another great way to put it. RAM hungry spell check layer. So that's essentially what we have here. So I'm gonna see if I can just speed this up a little bit for us, because I want us to get to this end state here. Okay. Flip 0 to 1. It's kind of different from that, Adri. It's kind of different. So that one sentence right there used 12,000 264 computations is what it uses. Okay, so all of that, this little sentence here, so that's like the sentences that you type in to the chat. This is when you send a text message. This is when you use your tablet, computers, laptops, desktops, cell phones, cameras, sending videos, everything. Okay, thank you. Thank you for checking, peacetime. All right, so now we have this Infoton P30. Okay, so Infoton is the mass stuff that I showed you. P30 is prime 30. And I include citations. They're down here at the bottoms. I haven't fixed the hyperlinks in here. Look, I'm just one person. Okay, I'm going to show you, let's do the BIOS layer first. Okay, so watch over here for the amount of computations that this methodology uses. So I essentially just encoded the computation of our current system to these layers. And we've changed encoding layers before. Okay, good morning, everybody. All right, so here's how this works. So look at how much more efficient, how much faster, right? I'm showing it at the demo speed. So I'm even showing it at a slower speed than you saw previously, just following these natural numbers of our universe. Kind of like that mitochondria, right? So I'm essentially like modeling the laws of biology in my math here. And if you can do something mathematically, you can put it in a computer. Enelma model. Interesting. I'll have to look that up. Okay. So 163 computations. And what that means is with all those less computations that we have here, we're saving all of this energy. So because there's an actual mathematical equation, a line, and I break it down for you over here on the right-hand side, but because there's an actual mathematical equation, what that means is you don't need water in the computers anymore. And because you don't need water, and you're not using all that power, is you convert all of these data centers to the Infoton P30 and convert over these machines, because right now in the United States we have 550, globally we have 11,000 of them. So globally we would save 377 terawatt hours. Out in Utah, I focus on Utah because that's where I'm at, 33 terawatt hours by updating our data centers to this system, this Infoton P30 system, okay? And this is just math. This is the exact math that the physicists use. This is the exact math that your energy companies use. It's not anything like, it's just math, you guys, right? It's just math. And so by doing this, that all that heat not being emitted into the earth, that cools down the planet. So remember how the earth is getting so dang hot, our ice caps are melting, our oceans are melting, we have like our coral reefs are disappearing, like our water is evaporating, we don't have snow on our mountains. This is why. And we have a solution now. We actually have a solution. So as we do this, and what this needs right now is there's a few blockers to it. So to get to this BIOS layer, to get to the encoding layer, so I'll show you the encoding difference. There's a little bit more here. But to get to this encoding layer, what we need is cooperation from like Microsoft, NVIDIA, Apple, IBM, Intel, AMD, all of these companies, because after that, we're going to, when we move over to this system, we're going to find a lot of inefficiencies in our code. And so there's going to be jobs. There's going to be some work to do, essentially finding the math, fixing it. You mentioned Oracle. Exactly. So we have all of this, right? So that's before we use the resources to cool it down. Yes. So we can start honestly with, if we work together, we can fix this. We can nip this issue in the bud, everybody. We do not have, we're going to look back and we're going to be like, that was like real life Y2K, right? Like the really scary stuff. Like, man, what a mess up in our math. I mean, but these, and then we're going to go on and we're going to have jobs. We're going to have a fixed economy. You know, we'll have our virtual cell. We'll have this quantum computer that we can start doing stuff with. Doesn't the government want to fund you? So the government encoded. So the government standardized the byte. So I'm essentially saying that everything about the byte is like, we're sunsetting that technology. We're sunsetting the technology and we're bringing in the Infoton. Sidebar, but with global warming, how much extra heat has been trapped since those first computers? Oh gosh, I haven't calculated that out. Somebody else will have to get, like, that is a lot of math. That's a lot of math. That's a lot of heavy math. That's a lot of heavy math. But it's also why I'm not really keen on flying these days. We have to skip this song. We can't play this song online. All right. So if you go on to infoton.ai, you can play with all these models. You can read all the papers. You can go through and process through everything. You know, just really dig in. Okay, so this is the Infoton P30 update. This is what saves all of us. And the biggest thing that I want you to know from this live here, because we've all been on here a long time, we're going on a little over 4 hours, taking you through everything. I'm going to go ahead and post this onto YouTube. It may not be tonight, but it'll most likely be tomorrow, or I guess today, later on today. And so if you're new here, thank you, welcome. Thanks for sticking around with me. I'm going to, I have a few more papers that I need to release, a few more patents that I need to go through and completely put into place, make sure everything's up and running appropriately, get you guys what you need. In the meantime, we have to stop this whole nuclear reactor thing, okay? Because so here's the thing. If the energy demand isn't actually there, then we're wasting resources and we're overbuilding, and it's using taxpayer dollars beyond what, like, we're using taxpayer dollars, we're using ratepayer dollars, we're using energy, we're building stuff that we don't need. So we need to get to we need to essentially have everything converted over, do an actual analysis on energy needs, and then from there, yes, you guys are here supporting me. You're going to echo this out there, okay? So we really need to get precise, because we have burned through so many of Earth's resources that we will essentially leave everybody else that comes after us with no resources if we don't handle this now. And that's if we survive the amount of heat that we're producing, which is currently showing that no, if we do not do the Infoton P30 update, humanity will not be here in 13 years. And the collapse pretty much starts this year. You can see it because our lakes are dry, our waters are dry, our oceans are boiling and baking. Thank you so much for that, Galaxy. Thank you for the heart me's. You guys really appreciate the support here. I think we got like some thumbs up. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that could be done here, right? It's not all just coming down to me. How to reduce the heat on the other planets that are happening. I don't know about other planets. I'm focused on Earth. Okay, I'm really focused on Earth. And don't let that Elon get away. Don't let him fly off in that spaceship. Bring him to me. I want to have a conversation with him. So I don't know what you guys are being taught about in quantum computing. Okay? All the planets are warming. Huh. That's an interesting piece of information. Let's focus here first and then see what happens, okay? Because that tells me something else is going on. That actually gives me a lot of information. That gives me a lot of information and informs some other work that I have. Okay? Dysprosium, which is what the nuclear reactors rely on. So, installing a nuclear reactor in the Colorado River Basin is not humanity's smartest idea. I don't care if it's 5 megawatts. I don't care if it's from, like, the guy that's running it. He's refusing to go through basic product management deployment. Right now, a computer update, if you go onto the NRC and you look at like any of this stuff, a computer update goes through more stage gate releases than a nuclear reactor does. That is a major problem. That is not okay. there's bad things happening. They're essentially building out a whole system to bypass any regulation whatsoever and just start siphoning money and siphoning energy, siphoning money from ratepayers and everything else. And it's just absolutely insane. Okay. We're not doing it. If like, I'm not messing around anymore. If they even think about turning on that nuclear reactor, even getting close to that button, you bring them to me all the way out to Salt Lake City, Utah, bring them up to the Capitol. We will have a massive planetary tribunal meeting, something like I will have a discussion. I'm done. I'm very angry. It is what's happening. Threatening to bake humanity to death and compromising the water supply of 50 million people underneath Operation Gigawatt is dumb. I don't know what Governor Cox is doing, but it's not smart. Okay. The other thing is, the other problem on Operation Gigawatt is the Holtec nuclear reactor. So we have Valor Atomics on the first one. This next one is Holtec. There's many nuclear companies involved in this, and many energy companies. There's an entire list. I created a full document for you guys here. So again, you can come in to learn. This one I actually have right here, the thermodynamic effects of nuclear fission in the Great Salt Lake Basin. Okay, so right here. Okay, so we're going to let this load. It just takes the page a moment. But I have listed every single group that participated in the decision to install a nuclear reactor without checking to see if we would be an appropriate environment, because this is an irreversible decision. It's not like you can just roll back out of production. Okay, if you install a nuclear reactor, it's a 24,110 year water commitment, and installing that type of water commitment in the desert will evaporate the rest of Utah's water supply, compromising the water supply for 80 million people, which as soon as the Great Salt Lake dies, that increases heat globally. So this is not a Utah problem. This is an everybody problem. And this entire list right here under liability of Section 11, thank you so much for that, Galaxy. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the heart me as well. You guys are kind. Thank you for the taps. So all of these people are currently participating in pushing a nuclear event. So this reactor, the epicenter that they selected it on, let me show you this. So the Great Salt Lake dehydrate. Okay, so our Great Salt Lake, I mean, this is hitting National Geographic, NPR, Science Direct, you guys, NASA. They're all talking about this lake. Okay. Because it's dehydrating at a scary rate. There's like no water in it. It's worse than this picture. You really have to walk. It's way more out there now. So when this lake dies, okay, it triggers global collapse. I already had like my issue with cyber attacks and political attacks and everything last year, and I found that my best insurance policy was letting you guys know what the heck is happening here. Okay, so our lake is dying, and our lake has something called brine shrimp in it. Okay, 40%. Sorry. Wow, why am I having such a hard time here? Brine shrimp world food supply. There we go. 45% of the world's brine shrimp. Okay, so this is what feeds humanity. So Utah is keeping the world's food supply chain up and running right now. I mean, this is getting really serious here. So if the lake dies, if it doesn't keep the perfect amount of salt in it, then essentially the brine shrimp disappear, and then the food that feeds the birds, that keep the crops safe, as well as the feeds the birds that get eaten as well, which we really, you guys, we got to move away from like some of this meat stuff, okay, because that's still energy. But then it feeds the fish that also feed the people, right? So this has a whole world food supply chain here that's happening. And when the brine shrimp die, there goes 40% of the world's food supply. So the heat dehydrates. So it dehydrates Utah, it dehydrates our population. The Colorado River Basin evaporates the water for 50 50 million people, and then it echoes out globally around the world, and it'll reach all the way to Africa, and that'll be the collapse of humanity. Okay, this is not okay. Stop Operation Gigawatt. And something that you could do is start contacting these companies, all of these people by name. If you're looking for something to do, use some of that like time. Like, I'm not the only person here. Start sending this report, download it, and send it to these people and say, are you aware that you are underneath the liability section? And if you turn on Operation Gigawatt, you will have to answer to the Planetary Information Security Officer. That's where we're at. And she is not happy. And you use my name, like, you essentially use my name, you use my title, you make it serious, you send off this report, say we're raising funds. Okay, we're currently raising funds for a lawsuit against you. Do not proceed with Operation Gigawatt. That's where we're at. Okay, full halt. There's an update. You send them a link on the update. You tell them about the Infoton, right? Contact your governments and stuff, whatever is needed, and say, if you don't understand, there's a 7.5 minute video here that takes you through it. You can play with the website. And then they may come back and say it's unproven, it's unproven, it's unproven. But the thing is, it's not unproven. They just refuse to check. And it's like, you have the resources to check. Fund the project. Stop fighting it. We're done, because you're about to kill us. And you don't get to kill us. Okay? So this is on Infoton. So my company initially started out as an AI company, and then it just turned into information physics. But just a bunch of physics equations. So you just go on here. Oh wait, what? I am so sorry. That was a mistypo. Infoton. Okay, like a proton, but of information. Okay, and I go through everything. I cite everything. There's some citations in here from me, some citations from other people. I give you the demos, right? I mean, we are not messing around here. Is it valid for Europe as well? Yes, because it replaces Infoton. I don't want to say replace. So the Infoton is below the byte. Okay, you're welcome, you guys. So all technologies that are on the byte will go to Infoton, right? This Infoton P30, right? So that's what I have for you today. This was a long session. Thank you so much for sticking around with me. We have 3 minutes. I want to have this wrapped up by the 4:30 minute mark. I'm going to give you guys a quick chance to ask your questions. And just kind of quickly go through these. So thank you. You're welcome. What about the electron of our brain? Infoton is a particle of information energy, and the electron is in the Infoton identity. Please acknowledge human labor. Thumbs up. Yeah. So I do appreciate all the engagement that you guys have given, the patience as we go through this. Thank you for following. Thank you for listening. Keep in mind that, like, this area of physics because the goal here, I don't want to leave people behind. Okay, I don't want to leave the religious behind, because when we leave the religious behind, they don't see the things that they need to see, and they were promised stuff. Okay, for hundreds of years they've been promised stuff. This is about as, take a look. Okay. So they were promised things. The physicists were promised things. Biotech was promised things. We have all these pieces now. Okay, let's come together. The goal isn't to smack each other down. We have to stop warring. The earth cannot take war. Our species cannot take war. Our existence cannot take war anymore. Whatever is happening within this section of the universe is truly just starting to break us apart. We are hitting the point where if we do not stop, we will not exist. That's where we're at. Okay, and we can continue to have a wonderful, happy life with snow and water and fixed data centers, and I can get you your data back and everything. Okay, are the Infoton electron unpaired forever? No, so the electron is inside of the Infoton identity. So if you come here, sorry, my apologies, I said that very aggressively. So if you look here, I'm just going to turn this all off. See how this electron is visible within the Infoton identity? So it's on this line. So it's at the intersection of the mass information equivalence. If you break this, so you check that paper, I explain what that means. Do memory, but this is in the Infoton identity. All right. We are hitting the point of not acknowledging. Yeah, let's keep going. So do memories have mass? Yes, memories have mass. Just flagged you in 2 videos about the Florida manatees. Thank you so much. I'll take a look. So subatomic physics calculations, yes. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm going to go ahead, wrap up this live. We're right there. Thank you again. You guys, we're going to do great things together. World peace, you guys. We're right here. Let's stop fighting, you know, all that nasty stuff that they were doing, stealing from us, everything, we're done. Okay, we're going to figure this all out together, and we're not leaving people behind. We're going to figure out this homeless stuff. We're going to figure out this food stuff. We're going to figure out this scary water stuff, and we're going to go through. Memories have mass. Yes, not going to lie, it's really sad. It was sad. Yes, and I'll post this on YouTube. Thank you so much. Have an amazing evening. Actually, have an extraordinary life, you guys. We're here.